Yeah, I didn't start it till anyone joined.
Oh, smart, I guess.
Figure no one wants to just sit there and like stare at my picture.
I don't know. It is a pretty nice snowman.
It's a very nice snowman.
What perplexes me how someone in the States was able to make one. Did you like go to your freezer and like chop up some ice cubes?
We get lots of snow here. I mean,
Where are
I'm
you
in
at again?
Michigan.
Oh,
I'm
you're in
20
Michigan.
minutes from Canada. It's not
You're in
like I'm that
Michigan.
far south. In fact, actually, that's the only border crossing where you head due south and get into Canada.
Really?
Yeah, all the other ones are kind of at an angle,
Hmm.
but Windsor is due south of Detroit.
Yeah. See, I'm chatting like a 16-year-old girl. I
Uh,
just, I just need to put my like feet up like that.
Dear Diary, today I
Oh
saw the
God.
Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
Are they even like a thing still? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think they like broke up.
They're brothers. They can't break up.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Okay, okay. Please stop it with the ear cancer. Oh God. Uh. Oh fuck. That's an easy 8. Oh God. American tanks are terrifying in this game. Holy fuck. Sounds like I'm in the middle of Hiroshima.
What are you playing? That tank battles
Uh,
or whatever?
Heroes and generals. Oh God. That's so. It's like I don't really know how to describe it. It's just like a super realistic World War II game. And when tanks start firing anywhere near you, it sounds like Hiroshima. It's just disgustingly loud.
Oh, what you got there, buddy?
Ooh.
Pretty cool. Is it full auto?
We can't hear you, Amit.
Yeah, I can't hear you either.
Hang on.
Oh,
There you go.
there we go.
Oh, maybe not. Is the wire loose or some shit?
Yeah, probably wireless.
Uh-huh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, anyways, what is that? As he unplugs it. Negative Ghost Rider.
It's so difficult because I have so many jokes right now, but like I don't know like because the majority of my humor is if you don't think if you're not concerned whether or not you're going to go to hell for laughing at it, it's not good humor. But I don't know if it's too much for this or not. So be quiet.
Oh, nothing, man.
Oh, what a fucking idiot.
אחת, שתיים, שלוש, ארבע, חמש, שש, שבע.
There you go. Whatever you were just muttering, I heard.
Oh, excellent. Well, that was a pain in the butt. Anyway, as I was saying, yes, it is a full auto Russian AKMS.
Wait, what?
Yes. Full auto.
You guys can own those over there, eh?
Generally, no. This is my stepfather's, and it is one of the few legal ones that people own.
Okay, so I'm gonna put my address in the side chat. Go ahead and put that in a box.
And it is.
Screw a light bulb into the end of it and call it a lamp, though. That's the way to get it in the country.
Somehow
is,
I have that.
That's it. It's also just
God damn-
in such good fucking shape for how fucking old it is. It's unbelievable. It has to be from the 1960s. But I mean, seriously, like, you know how fucking smooth that is for an AK? It's just
No, I wouldn't know.
no, it's really
No, my people aren't allowed to have those.
it's really just ridiculously nice. Considering that, like, it's basically just sitting in a safe doing nothing. And it's spoiled, but other than that,
Well, now that you got your grubby fingerprints all over it, it's gonna start rusting.
oh, I doubt it. If it hasn't rusted so far since, like, 1973.
Jeez, that's old.
I mean, look how decent the finish is for something that's, like, was used in, like, probably a couple of wars. I mean, it has some wear, but nothing major. It's a really nice.
That's a good question. How does that work in the States? Like, if you have a machine gun and it starts to like decay, like to what extent are you allowed to maintain and repair that before it's considered making a new machine gun?
What do I have to say?
I think you can like do any maintenance you want. It's just like the receiver that's considered registered, so you can replace all the other stuff. Like you can put new barrels on it and shit.
I don't know, but I mean, like, say like your automatic sear snaps. Like if you had a drop-in auto sear and it snaps in half from whatever. You just shit out of luck?
I think in that case, yes, because the automatic sear is what's considered the thing. Like that's the registered part. I don't know exactly. I'm guessing.
Because you
Yeah, I
wouldn't
don't-
be able to, like, since you still technically have the deed to the registry number, you wouldn't be able to manufacture a new part since the old part was bad and then just put that registry number on it. There's no legal way to do that. I mean, obviously you could just do it, but there's no legal way.
I don't think so. Like if you're talking like other machine guns, if the receiver snaps in half or whatever, you're shit out of luck. You can't just be like, well, I'm just gonna make a new receiver since this other one has the serial number.
Mm.
I think. Maybe someone else knows more, but
So you'd think it would be reasonable, like, if the old one was effectively destroyed, that when you make a new one like that and then just go, it's like, hey, this old one's like 100% of commission, can I just transfer the registry over to this one?
yeah,
course,
I think that's a no-go.
Yeah. Of course, you're
That
expecting
said,
reasonability from gun laws.
I mean, how would you snap a fucking receiver in half?
That's a very good question. It's more of a hypothetical.
Like, as you were saying that, I was, like, looking at this thing, and if no one molests it on purpose, like, fucking goes and shoots 5,000 rounds of full auto out of it in, like, an hour or something, I really can't see, I mean...
I could see it if you had, say, you had, like, an open bolt, and your firing pin got stuck in the forward position, and as it went to pick up a round out, it went off like the round went off out of battery inside the receiver and just bent shit into place.
Yeah, an open bolt. No, I was just looking at the fucking AK, and, like... And just, goddamn, it's a fucking tank.
Oh well, it's an AK. I mean, like,
Yeah, but it's not just that it's a naked. This one, it's just the ones that were made, like the early Russian ones, and I mean, I just can't see anything fucking. I mean,
Well, stuff wears out. I mean, especially if you don't take care of it. I mean, it could corrode, and like he
yeah,
was saying, you could have a catastrophic failure. I don't know. I mean, everyone talks about like, oh, you could run this over with a tank, but maybe if you actually ran it over with a tank, it wouldn't work.
no, if you ran over it with a tank, you'd need to do some fixing probably, but it would. I don't think because this is a milled receiver. This isn't a stamp receiver, so it's fucking massive. It's very heavy for such a small little thing. It's got shitty sights. I hate these fucking AK sights. I don't care what anybody says. They're shit sights. The Russians are wrong. That's it.
hey, you know what has shit sights? Goddamn K98 or everyone I've seen. Like,
They've got like look just say look how much rifle there is, right? And then let me just move it closer so this is how much sight radius you get. It's like someone was like, fuck sight radius, we'll just put the rear sight wherever we want.
Well, they put it on like the most stable part. If
Yeah,
you put a
but-
rear sight on that cover, and the cover flops around, it's
I had
worthless.
I was issued a Galil, I know, but I mean, surely an engineering solution could be found to make this cover less floppy.
I mean, if you wanted to go like one of the PU mounts, that's the only way I could see it working. Like wrapping around from the side is the only way I could see making it stable on an AK platform like that.
Actually, this doesn't have that shit. Was that like a later edition? There's nothing here.
There's no side rail. Huh.
I think it might be too early for it. I've checked like the markings and everything, and it's definitely a Russian-made Egyptian contract gun, but doesn't seem to have. You see,
Yeah,
Flat.
definitely no side rail.
and there wasn't one either. It's not like something was changed. This is as it was.
Yeah.
The gas tube is a little bit like floppy and shit. But I've seen this thing shoot. It doesn't give a crap. Those sides are fucking. Getting a cheap will with the underfolder is not possible. You just don't have one. Like, whatever position I try. God, those sights are crappy. I don't know if I should put that.
You know what? That's it. Sights are crappy. You should just get rid of it. Send
Yep.
it to me.
Send it
I'll
to me.
take care of it for you.
It's not mine to get rid of.
Ophelia, you've been on my mind, girl, since the
No,
job. Oh, Ophelia. Hey, everybody. Are you on the fucking toilet, Amit?
Uh,
Oh, okay.
my old thing. I was just saying that it doesn't have a. You were just saying it doesn't have a side rail now. I didn't know that it was there on earlier AKs.
Well, of course it doesn't have a side rail mount. Why would it? It's an underfolder.
Oh, they don't have those?
On underfolders, they don't have side rail mounts. It would get fucking caught up on the underfolder.
Yeah, it would. Now that you say it, it makes perfect sense. I feel kind of stupid for not thinking about it.
That's okay. That's why I'm here, to drop the knowledge bombs and to sing classic trendy hits.
Also, do they not have like any sort of muzzle device at all?
Put that one up to the camera. Tilt it. Yeah, that has a muzzle device.
That thing? That's the thing?
Yep. See that little detent at the top of it?
Yeah.
When you push that down, you can unscrew that off, and then you can put
Yeah.
other muzzle devices on it. But yeah,
It's
that's
just like a thread protector kind of thing, huh?
Well, that's the muzzle device that came on the not the Yugos, the Polish ones.
Well, he says
And I
that's
guess-
a Russian one.
It is a Russian.
Well, and then the Russians did it too on their underfolders. That's just the underfolder one. It's to make it more compact.
It is compact. It's really.
Yeah, it's like a teeny little gun.
It is. I was just saying it's quite heavy for such a tiny gun.
Cause it's all. Is that one milled or is that one stamped?
It's milled. It's milled.
Yeah, it's because it's a chunk of fucking like steel.
But I can shoot it from the hip. No problem.
It's a chunk of steel and wood.
It's fantastic.
Of course, it's gonna
Oh.
be heavy.
Smeggy, you weren't in the chat last night. So, do you know of any company that makes kits for doing like aluminum or steel casting air lowers?
Nope.
Consensus is this does not exist, and it makes me sad.
I don't know, make it exist.
Yeah, but it'd be such a pain in the fucking ass. Like it wouldn't be like super duper difficult. You'd effectively just have to mill out the parts on AR-15 moldkit.com kit and just mill those parts into steel, but just pain in the ass.
What was the
Yeah,
last?
manufacturing stuff takes time and effort.
Especially when you don't own a milling machine, just no.
Whoops, that piece wasn't supposed to come off.
Yeah, I know exactly how to.
Do.
What's the thing that would it?
Also, you're like retardedly quiet.
Me?
Yeah, like your volume's
Alright.
like super low.
Oh, I'm just far away from the.
Yeah, when he leans forward, you can hear him better.
I'm trying to fucking remember. Okay, I take it back. I might have forgotten. Take part of it. Which is kind of fun. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? How am I ever going to find like a video that says how to do this?
Right. Well, AKs are
Why
so
would you
clear.
need a video? The thing's like fucking the easiest thing in the world.
Because when the gun isn't yours, and you don't want to explain why you were fucking with it in the middle of the night or damage something.
Oh, there's nothing to damage.
Nothing you can't fix.
What
with
you're
a-
trying to do right now is you take that top cover, you push it into the slot with your left hand, and then with your right hand you just slap down on it and it'll snap into place.
Yeah, that's not what my problem is. What my problem is, I don't remember how to. And I used to. I have no problem putting it in there. No, I'll get it. Fine. Oh, well, of course, because I'm fucking retarded. There we are. So fucking stupid.
You
Yeah.
had the safety on.
Yeah, I forgot about it. But
Yeah,
it's been like fucking 5 years since I've touched this thing, so.
Dude, it's okay. When I took my first AK into the gun shop to get it like a rail placed onto it, the guy disassembled it and then looked at it and then like put the fucking the bolt carrier group back into it before putting the piston like the gas tube back on. So they put the bolt back into it and then he's like trying to put the gas tube back on over the rod. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm putting it back together. I'm like, give me that.
Yeah, no, I'm never going. I'm not messing with that. I'm not taking it to gas tube. This thing has a pack of gas tube off. But it's really so nice. I mean, fucking heck. Look. How nice is that? It's just so well machined. I don't know if the later ones are as nicely made.
Nah, they're about the same quality. Maybe even better.
But
From Russia,
This is,
anyways. I'm referring to Russia.
because this is a really good quality machine. Like everything's pretty smooth. People like say that AKs are rough, but this is fucking nice.
Well, they're rough out the box. A lot of times, unless it's a really good company who does finish work on it before they ship them. But like, typically when you buy a newer AK, it's going to be a bit rough. And that's just because it needs time to break itself in and wear parts down. So it works smoother.
Well, I think this kind of wore itself in by shooting fucking tens of thousands of rounds, probably.
Yeah.
Damn, Scotty, how many spots you gonna take up? Just gonna join the thing 20 times?
He's just gonna keep joining until.
Well, I fucking have to in order to join every day. I gotta join on. I gotta talk to somebody who knows Google Hangouts and gun channels because I'm having issues.
Well, I don't know if it'd be a gun channels thing. That's almost got nothing to do with it, but
Well, it's, I don't know. I've been talking about it for a few days now. Ever since I first logged on my computer, and you know, before that I was able to jump into Hangouts on my phone, no problem. But now, you know, when I click a link to jump into a Hangout, it just puts me in an empty room. And even if there's a Hangout going on, until I go and log in on my computer and join the link, and then it shows up on my stupid phone.
Hmm.
yeah, that is
Have
really
you
weird.
tried turning it off and on again?
Turning the
Did you
phone.
try spitting on it?
Oh yeah, I've tried
Have
all
you
that.
given it a swift kick?
Because sometimes when I can't get in, I just spit on it and it works.
Yeah, hasn't helped me.
Or sometimes you gotta blow it first, and then it works.
I've tried all
That's
that.
a different.
I've tried
That's a
slapping
different
it.
field of business there, Smeggy.
I've tried slapping it across its head to reset its memory and all that stuff, and it still hasn't worked.
Yeah, it's really weird because I used to join on my phone all the time before I had a computer. That's all I ever did. And I just
Yeah.
click on the link and it pops right up. No problem.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem before I actually fired up my computer and then wanted to jump in and take part in the side chat. But ever since I did that, I don't know if I have one fucking setting wrong in Google maybe or something like that that's making me only able to initiate a call on the freaking computer.
Yeah, that's weird.
I still can't believe I had the safety on and I couldn't figure out what the fuck is going on.
What are you working on?
I'm not working on anything. It's my stepdad's AK.
Oh, okay.
Just playing.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying
Fiddling away.
my time with it while I'm here.
There you go.
I have to get him to like go shooting with me because I can't take it on my own. I need him to be with me.
Because of the one person per gun thing?
Yeah, no, because it's his gun, so he's not allowed to like give it to somebody. But
It's also a rifle and a full auto rifle at that, so it's even more like restricted.
yeah, I mean, even in the U.S., I don't think I could take it from like a person and go with it, right?
You absolutely could not unless you were on their trust.
No, so yeah, so I need. But the problem is that you can't. There's no indoor range in Israel that let you shoot that. So you
Really?
need to go to. Yeah, no one.
Why would you want to shoot that in an indoor range?
Actually, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because
Just
it's
go
air
down, just go down to
conditioned.
that famous bank there and just start shooting away. I hear it's very common.
Oh,
The
God.
problem
Because
is,
it's air conditioned, it's nice, they bring you lattes, you have manservants. That's why you shoot indoors in AK.
you could have all that without being outdoors, without being indoors, except for the air conditioning. No, there's just there aren't. I mean, I guess maybe there is an indoor range somewhere. I don't know where it is. Anyway, so I need an outdoor range, and there's no way that he's going to go to an outdoor range voluntarily if he doesn't have to, because it's fucking hot.
Mm.
So
I can't say I blame him.
Well, understandable.
yeah.
Um,
So
but it's an AK. I mean, maybe he doesn't understand that. Like, is
Nah,
he confused?
He understands that that's an AK better than a lot of people do.
Yeah, he
Ooh.
just understands that it's hot out a lot better than
my
you do.
my stepdad,
Your stepdad who fucking took that AK and killed like 20 people with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he understands it's an AK. He also understands that he's like 66 and fucking has crippling back pain and his
Well,
fucking.
maybe the novelty is worn off, but I
Maybe
would
it's Maybelline.
stand outside to shoot an AK like that.
Yeah.
You
He's just
say that
old.
until you own something like that, because then when you own a full auto, it's like, what's It's like whatever. You're just burning a bunch of bullets. It's cool to
And
look at
yeah,
every once in a while and like ooh and all your friends, but
and you gotta remember, like, getting the fucking ammo for it back once you shoot it here is a pain in the ass. Like, you go shoot 30 rounds out of it, you're gonna pay like fucking $2.50 per round to buy them back.
What?
So,
All right. So even with those full autos, are you only allowed to have the 50 rounds?
I don't think he's technically allowed to have any rounds for it, but we
No
have
shit.
yeah, because it's technically only for display.
Ah.
But we have like fucking, I don't know, 200, 300, 400 rounds for it.
Yeah.
But,
No,
but we can
I was just
but we
wondering.
we can't shoot them though because they're all fucking armor piercing and they fuck up ranges something horrible. So every time we go, we have to make sure we don't shoot them by accident. Because last time we shot one of them by accident, it went through the fucking bullet catcher and into the bushes, and their armor piercing fucking not tracer. Their armor piercing tracer, so it set the fucking bushes on fire. It was kind of embarrassing.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that an AK caused a burning bush in Israel?
Yes.
That just seems like a sign.
And it's an AK that was brought from the Sinai. So it's an Egyptian AK. So
So then it's in its
a
nature to
Russian
make burning
Egyptian
bushes.
AK.
every time you take it out, it's like fucking something hilarious happens, either because of us or because of the idiots at the range who've never seen an AK before. They go fucking nuts. Like they've seen an AK but not a civilian before. Like one time we came, the shooting instructor was like, "Oh my god, that's an AK." He was like from Russia, but you know, like he immigrated at a young age or whatever. He's like, "Oh, it's an AK. Oh, so cool." Like, auto, so don't. It's gonna run away from you if you're not ready for it. He's like, "No, it's okay. I'm Russian." I don't. Burst up in the air.
I'm a professional Russian. It's okay.
Yeah, he's a professional Russian. But it's not unpleasant to shoot.
That's unpleasant though. What the fuck?
Maggie's trying to get into his fucking stash of like I don't know, small Italian chocolate.
Jesus Christ.
Smeggy.
Please no. Please.
I think Smeggy just got kidnapped.
Smeggy, please. Why?
The best part is this is his fucking channel, and he's like, I'm just gonna play music, copyrighted music on it. It's like, alright.
That's true, that's true. Hang on 1 second. Let me just get some music open.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny bringing it out. Because it's like, well, I mean, I guess most strangers in the US, if you showed up with a full auto AK, people would be like, fucking, hey, what the fuck? It's
Yeah.
nice, but I think those sights are shit. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, they're fine. You just have to do a little modification on them, and they're fine. What is that Arab ass shit that's playing in the background?
Here?
Nah, I just heard so it was like or like some fucking.
A buddy of mine sent me an Allahu Trap Bar remix on Discord. It was fucking great.
Yeah. Also, what the fuck is with Discord? Why is it a thing now?
Discord is incredible, and you should be using it instead of using Skype, if you use Skype.
I am using it instead of Skype, but I was just like, why the fuck is this a thing now?
Yeah.
Wasn't Skype just good enough?
Hey, Smeggy, what's Are you like one of like the first people that got it? Are you in the under 1,000 club?
I'm pretty sure that, according to the noise, someone broke into Smeggy's house and killed him and is playing music now. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to hide the murder with like
Because it sounded like there
a
was a
fail.
struggle.
a fail kit. Oh, I think the fail even has its own barrel with it.
Why are you calling it a fail, though?
Because that's how it's spelled, F-A-I-L.
What?
An
he's-
original
he
Imbel
also,
fail.
he also calls it Chiapa at Chihuahua. So,
You mean
Call
a
it-
Chippewa?
A Chippewa is what you call it?
yes.
Yeah, it's a Chippewa.
No, it... How are you so bad at reading?
He's not. He's just being a little shit.
He's...
Nah. Dude, nah, but for real, this fail parts kit comes with like the barrel and everything.
Is it a heavy foul or a regular foul?
I have no idea, but it's a fail. Feel like I should get it and get it made.
Can you link it?
I just linked it in the side.
Right, let's look. Do you even like the rifle?
I think it'd be cool to own.
Oh, they're demilled.
Yeah, it's a demilled parts kit, but it still has the original barrel with it.
It doesn't have an upper receiver though.
Yeah, you just buy an upper receiver and you get it built
Right.
out.
That seems like
It's like it'll cost about $500-$600 to get it built, and then that kit itself is like $500, $550,
I think that's a regular barrel.
which comes back into it being about the same cost.
Think you're gonna need to rebarrel that?
I'm sad because I couldn't even think about buying that.
No, you just reuse that barrel.
It's a Brazilian-made one though.
So maybe it'll be filled with STDs.
Mm.
I don't know. And it's not wood stock. Kind of sad.
I'd like to own a fail.
Well,
Oh, they
it's
still
not-
have the M16 parts kits.
Smeggy, every time you pronounce it like that, it gives me cancer.
Yeah.
The M16A1 parts kits for sale too.
Which would like a built fail. I'm gonna call it fail because you Flippy.
Now everything's a fail.
You are just a fucking commercial for fucking condoms, I swear.
So mad. For like no reason. What the fuck is this?
Can't you just say FAL?
Nope. Takes too long. There's no like... What the fuck is this? Is this something I want?
Everything is something you want.
Oh no, it doesn't come with the barrel. I kind of want to get some like parts kits with barrels and have them like built out into real guns.
Are you sure you have the money now that you're going to be a part of the Richie Rich gun club?
Yeah. All will be fine. All will be good.
None of these are fucking FAL. Oh, there it is. Wow, that's a lot of money for fucking... No, if I could own one, I would want one with, like, wood and shit, not beef.
Nah, I don't really care much about the wood ones. Honestly, I want to pick one up that's like a 16-inch one. That's the gun that they use to stop poaching. And the gun they used to poach.
Yeah, I'm not on board with the whole anti-poaching, let's kill poachers thing. Like, I'm
Uh,
ambivalent about
I
it.
guess sometimes you need to, because sometimes animal lives are worth more than people's.
Oh, I definitely think that a lot of animals are worth more than people, but I can't operate on that principle because it violates my, like, ideology. Shit. And it's a road that ends in people, like, fucking shooting me in the head because I eat beef, so... I need to
Yeah,
shoot a...
beef is
I need to
delicious.
shoot one of these.
What, fails?
Yeah.
I thought you had a chance to. Weren't you in like the... Did they have
No,
fails in your army?
they don't have them anymore. They haven't had them for years. They dumped those rifles as early as the 19... Like, they were out by 1981, too. They don't really work that well. In spite of what their fans say.
Well, that's part of the reason why they're called the fail. Like the G3
I mean,
actually works better.
yeah, because it's a completely different system. But I mean, I guess they work fine as long as you're not like in the fucking desert. They don't like sand at all. They are a beast of a thing, though.
Well, they're big, stupid, heavy guns. If I want a big, stupid, heavy gun, I'll get a fucking G3.
You just said you wanted one. What the fuck do you want from me?
I want one too. I want a lot of things. There's a lot of guns I want.
Surprised Gunbroker doesn't have any Israeli ones. Because a lot of those got... A lot of the heavy barreled ones got shipped over the civilian market. My dad almost killed a person because of a heavy barreled one.
Yeah, you told that story where he threatened to blow a guy's brains out unless he got an Uzi or whatever.
Yep. 100% legit.
Yeah, 100% awesome. Like legit, I'm looking at these fails and I'm like, FN kind of sucks. I don't really need one of these. I need to get a better gun than FN. Also, for whatever reason, I cannot for the life of me get Bowtach to give me anything for like the offers I ever make. Like last night, I made an offer that DB even said. DB's like, yo, I made this offer, it worked for me. I'm like, cool, I'm gonna do that. So I made that offer and they fucking denied it. I made a new offer for like literally $1 off the fucking price and they denied it. And it was like, this is kind of shitty. These people don't fucking like work with me.
They should have a category on every like place that sells guns online. That'd be just weird shit. So I can like search for weird shit and look at it.
What, like the pimp guns and shit?
cables. My internet cable's shit, also. I just want to see something strange.
Like gun wise or like internet
Yeah.
wise?
No, gun-wise.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's something strange.
Yep.
No, a Smith and Wesson in 4.55. That's pretty fucking strange. Did you go shoot your revolver?
No, I had stuff come up today. I think in like a little bit I'll head out and go shoot it. 'Cause I won't be able to on the weekends anymore. Because too many people.
But aren't you going to have your own private range and also like people that rush your balls for you?
Nah.
Decide
much
not
as
to
I
do
would-
it?
As much as I would love to do it, there are too many guns and things I need to buy just in case. And that $200 a month equals more guns and magazines just in case. That's the kind of thing though that I will absolutely do though once the election thing's over with and I'm less worried. Or shit's happened and I can't buy other guns, so it's like whatever. Isn't the 4.55 basically a 45,
No.
but like made weird?
Alright, yeah, then yes. It's. I guess that's a very stupid. Like, that doesn't mean anything, but okay.
Yeah, the 4.55
That's a-
Webley is basically
That's like. I don't know, that's like. Fucking. Isn't a Glock just a 1911 made strangely? Like, that
nah.
doesn't mean anything, but yeah, they're both 45 caliber.
A Glock is a Luger made strangely.
Alright.
But no, like it's a basically a 45 ACP, but it's like a rimmed case or whatever. And has
Yeah.
like a weirder powder charge.
I'm pretty sure it came before the 45 ACP.
Like it's a weird gun. And bullets for them are not cheap. Or plentiful for that matter.
Yeah. No, there was a 4.55 auto that wasn't ribbed. Apparently, according to Wikipedia, they even made a 1911 in 4.55, which seems like a fucking waste of time to me.
Yeah. Just make a 45 1911.
Yeah, it's kind of silly, but also it has like the weirdest bullet shapes. If you look at like the bullets on Wikipedia.
Yeah, like it looks like a Down syndrome 45.
But I still think it's older than what year was this bullshit made? Yeah, I mean it was around for the first Webleys, so it's since 1887. I don't think 45 Auto was around at 1887.
Anything cool on sale on Midway? No. They have nothing. Awesome.
Are you like trying to buy a gun every day until the elections?
I'm trying. It's just not working out like that.
Yeah, alright, so back to finding weird shit that I can look at and say that's weird.
I wonder when my shit's gonna show up.
What, the upper?
Yeah, my upper, my pistol grip. Oh yeah, I ordered a pistol grip. Like after I got off the whatever the fuck this is called, the lobby thing. I was like looking on their website and they had like the best fucking pistol grips ever made, and they were on sale for like $25 a piece, which is like fucking $10 cheaper than I could find them here. So I called them right back. I'm like, "Yo, did you ship this? Did you ship it yet?" And they're like, "Well, we sent it to." They're like, "It's getting wizard right now down in shipping, so it hasn't shipped yet." And I'm like, "Cool. I want to buy something and throw it on there so I don't have to pay shipping." And they're like, "We can do that." And I'm like, "Yeah."
Get a mortar.
I don't know if I can own a mortar. Like,
It's a destructive device, but
yeah,
I mean,
I'd have to fucking tax stamp it.
yeah, but it's a mortar though, and then you'd have a mortar. You never know when you need one.
I might have to show those motherfuckers in the Appalachians what's what.
Yeah, man. There's 2 of them on Gunbroker right now.
Nah,
And
I think.
I mean, the starting bid for one of them is fucking only $12,000. So, I mean, that's good value for a tube with a fucking steel plate in the bottom of it.
I think the important thing for me right meow would be to get this Noveski put together. So
not
in
a
the
mortar.
meantime, yeah. So in the meantime, I'm gonna get that put together, and then we'll go back to buying shit. Like, cause now the fucking I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The fucking upper is finally coming, which means the rest of the stuff is so much fucking easier to buy.
I'm completely like serious about the weird stuff category that they should have because real.
Yeah, the issue being though, like, who dictates what's weird? Like, fucking 80-year-old British dude would be like, nah, the 455 is like the pinnacle and pinnacles.
Nah, a 4.55 Webley isn't weird. A 4.55 Smith and Wesson is kind of weird.
Not really. Smith & Wesson was making those shitty guns and shipping them to the Brits. Ophelia. You've been on my mind since the jump.
How about this? If you could tag something as weird stuff, if enough people tagged it, it would be on the category.
Yeah,
Or right?
I'd roll with that.
Because it's
I
making
would
it
be about
really,
that life.
like really hard for me to. Because I'm not gonna buy anything. I just want to look at strange things. So
Yeah, no,
I do.
I feel you.
I do realize I'm not the customer base for these sites, but
It's like, just show me something weird, please.
yeah. So,
I think I need this $95 vertical grip for my AAR.
What does it do?
It attaches to the front of my AR and provides a vertical grip.
Why is it $100?
Oh.
Alright. I'll get it then. I'm very supportive of like you spending your money on bullshit.
Yeah, you don't seem to be as supportive of me trying to spend your money on bullshit.
My money?
Yeah, you're very like, I'm like, yo, buy this gun. You're like, I'll take a look at it. Then you never take a look at it.
Yeah, because I can only own one gun. If I could own as many guns as you can, I would fucking buy all that shit. Well, not all that shit. You buy some stupid thing, but
Name one gun that I bought that was stupid. I
the
bet you
MP
can't.
The MP5 clone thing.
Nah, that gun's awesome. You'd understand if you shot it.
I don't know. Send me a fucking list of all your guns, and I'll tell you.
I own like
You own like
3.5 ARs, a Remington 870 Police Magnum, the
Alright.
shotgun, a Smith & Wesson 360 PD, the Zenith MP5 thingy,
Which is stupid.
which is awesome. I own like a Larry Vickers Glock 19. I own a what's it called? Uh, the Glock 17C. I own a.
Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about you like specifying everything you own when we're on live chat.
I
Now
don't
that I
care.
think about it. You don't care? Alright, go ahead.
That's all good. I own. So it's got channels. We all basically talk about what the fuck we own.
Alright.
I own a H&K P30L. I own an Arsenal SLR 107 FR.
The P30 isn't stupid, it's just ugly as sin.
What? The P30L?
Yeah.
Nah, that gun's beautiful. Well, it will be
It's
beautiful when they get a
It's
new
not.
frame.
It's not beautiful.
It's not now. You're right. When it gets a new frame, it'll be beautiful.
No, I haven't seen yours. I've seen actual ones that have decent fucking frames on them. They're fucking ugly.
Oh, you've seen mine.
Oh, I have, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, the gun itself is just horribly ugly. But that's a subjective. It's not stupid. It's
Nah,
a gun.
it's
It
beautiful.
works. It
But,
shoots bullets.
I have a PTR 91.
What's that? Is that a fucking...
It's a G3 clone.
It's a G3, right? Okay, that's not stupid.
I think that's, unless I'm forgetting something, that's all the guns I own.
No, that's not so bad. You're not, like, completely out of control yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of being reined in by money on my out of control, like, buying.
Right. Okay, so you only own one gun, which I consider stupid. That's pretty good.
I mean, that's okay. You also only own one gun that I think is stupid.
So you want me to like buy a Glock?
Nah, you should buy an H&K. Sherman Engineering is the best engineering. Better buy one of those fucking
I'm
Colt
never buying the
Pythons for like.
fucking H&K. Fuck that.
Dude, World War World War II was like 100 years ago or something.
Oh no, not because it's German. I don't give a shit about that. They're fucking expensive.
Yeah, but you gotta pay a lot. for
If I-
things that are a
Look,
lot.
if I buy a gun that I feel absolutely no attraction to, only because it's a good gun and like it's fucking well engineered, I can buy a Glock and that's it.
Yeah, but Glocks aren't well engineered.
No, they're pretty fucking well engineered.
Nah,
They're
dude.
they're cheaply made, maybe, but they fucking work.
They're like literally $5 a piece.
Like production cost, not fucking purchase cost. Definitely not here.
I think the police actually pay like $250 for a Glock.
Oh, I would definitely get this shit if I was fucking in America. A Tokarev.
Oh, the Tokarev?
Yeah, I'd get
Tokarevs are fucking cool.
that. Those are
Makarovs are also fucking cool. I need to buy a Makarov.
Oh yeah, I could probably find a Makarov here.
Like, fucking here right now, Classic Firearms is selling them for like $320 for like nice fucking Makarovs.
Yeah, it's like the Tokarev. It's like a communist fucking Browning high power.
It's what the Makarov would one day come from, or some shit like that.
You know what a Stechkin is?
Isn't that their new fucking handgun?
Nah, Stechkins aren't new. They've been around forever.
Well, I mean, isn't it the ones that like they updated or they upgraded from Makarovs to?
No, it's a completely like fucking different. It's a big ass full auto like machine pistol.
Oh, okay. It's that thing that's in all of the fucking action movies in the 90s.
Was it?
I think it was. I think it was in Face Off, if I remember correctly.
Really? Are you sure you're not talking about a Scorpion?
I'm thinking of I think it's a Stechkin. Let me look.
I don't think so. Let's see. I don't think that they're very common outside the.
Damn, I just noticed that fucking like Irish dude's literally in like everything. Yep, Stechkin, APS. It was in Face Off.
Really, I don't remember that. Anyway, those are cool. They're
Yeah.
big as hell, though. They're huge.
Apparently, it was in a movie called Zombie Fever in 3D.
That sounds like porn.
I think it takes place in Russia. Is that
That-
Mr. Bean?
What?
No, that's just Russian Mr. Bean, who looks a lot like him.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of people that look like Mr. Bean in Russia.
Dude, this is probably the coolest gun I've ever seen. Check it out. Let me get a link for it. It's a fucking AK shotgun. Check that out. AK shotgun.
That's fucking hilarious, and at the same time, I don't understand why, but okay.
Because it's too cool for school.
So, like, you shoot one and then you turn it over and shoot the. How do you aim? Oh, you don't aim.
You don't aim.
don't-
It's only for
yeah, you
hip
don't-
firing.
You don't aim when that's your gun. You're not a person that aims.
Yeah, no one aims in Russia. Everyone just hip fires.
What kind of a shotgun is that anyway?
I think that's a.
It's
Oh,
not-
I'm wrong. It's some fucking weird thing. It's a.
Is it Russian?
I guess. It's called like a Bakel
Yeah,
IZH81.
Baikal. Alright. I didn't know they make one that looks like that, because it doesn't look Russian.
It looks like a Maverick 88.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering. Of course, the Russians also made the space shotgun, so...
Yeah, Zombie Fever is a Russian movie.
There you are, that's pretty weird. What does that even mean? CIA Polish macro.
I have no idea. Is that Putin?
Where?
Is he in this zombie movie?
That's
The
possible.
first Russian zombie movie?
Is it the first Russian movie?
No, that
zombie
one's not the first. The one that was linked earlier, the Zombie Fever, wasn't the first Russian zombie movie. Winter of the Dead, some word I can't say because it's Russian, is the first Russian zombie movie.
The first, like, the thing about Russia is the apocalypse happened there like several times. So, I mean, zombies are not really that bad compared to things that actually happen in Russia.
Yeah, Russia's kind of chill with it. Russia's just like, whatever, this is just another day in Russia.
Oh, they, yeah.
And the Stechkin is in that movie.
Yeah, I bet it's in a bunch of movies. I didn't. Once you told me it's in one movie, that means the prop, like the gun, is out there somewhere in Hollywood. So, although that is a fucking full auto. I mean,
It's a full auto Makarov, basically.
yeah, it's big though. Look how big it is. It's like two. I think it's 2.5 pounds or something like that.
To be fair, though, the fucking Makarov is like a tiny ass little gun. The Stechkin looks like a normal sized handgun for like Americans.
No, it's bigger. I think it's bigger than 1911.
I don't think it's bigger than the 1911.
No?
Is this a Russian video game? What the fuck is this? Ninth Company Roots of Terror?
Oh, Ninth Company is a Russian like movie.
Yeah, this is a
awesome.
fucking Russian video game, bro. It's called Ninth Company.
Yeah,
Some
Ninth
kind of
Company.
terror.
Ninth Company is pretty badass.
Yeah, they're so
Yeah.
badass they got beaten up by the Taliban that we created.
Nah, what you saw in like the movie isn't what actually happened there though. But yeah.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about in real life. They got their asses kicked in that area because we supplied the fucking Taliban with tons of like arms to literally fight off the Russians.
Anyway, the movie's cool.
7.62 high caliber? What the fuck is this? What game is this? Is this some other fucking Russian game?
Anyway, yeah, it's bigger than 1911. Not by much though. I just checked.
Yeah, it seems like a regular sized gun though. That's what it looks like to me. And then Contract Wars, is that an American game? Are any of these American games?
What the fuck are you talking about? Where are you looking at all this shit?
The IMDb page.
Oh,
Or
for the Stechkin?
Yeah. It's like listing off the movies and games and shit it's been in.
Oh, I'm sure it's in a bunch of Russian shit.
Yeah, like apparently the Russians are mad proud of this gun because they put it in a ton of fucking like Russia-only video games.
It's pretty fucking awesome. It's a fully auto 1911 sized thing that you can like, and it comes with that funny stock holster thing.
Oh, apparently, yeah, it does have a weird stock holster thing. Apparently, it was in some kind of Japanese anime with like girls with big tits. Hey, that one looks kind of like Ada Wong from Resident Evil. These are all only women. Why are they all in maids' costumes? This is just fucking weird, dude. Like, and now they're all in like swimsuits with like robot parts on their heads.
Yeah, it's Japanese. It's supposed to. It's always weird.
And that girl's like one tit is just hanging out for reasons.
Do they turn into the guns or do they use the guns?
Nah, they use the guns. They don't. They're not cool enough to turn into guns.
There's an actual anime
Yeah.
that is that.
I know. I've seen it. It's great. There's an actual anime where girls turn into battleships.
Right. Yeah. So I think that you should, like, I'm looking for weird shit, and there's a Desert Eagle Tiger Stripe on Gunbroker, and I think that's what you should buy.
Dude, there's a tiger striped gold Desert Eagle in my fucking gun shop right now.
Yeah, why aren't you buying it though?
Because it's like, I think 1,200.
Oh, it's more than that on Gunbroker.
Yeah, at my gun shop it's only 1,200. 7 seconds. Wesley Snipes had the gun.
Are you still looking at that station?
Yes, leave me alone. It's great.
No, it's fine.
Oh, Ghost in a Shell, Black Lagoon, Batman Gotham Knight, Eden of the East, Angel Beats. The fuck is Angel Beats? Like, my wife loves that show for some reason, and I never, like, took the time to stop and even pay attention to it because my wife doesn't like things that are good.
No idea. Ew, a Taurus curve.
Gross.
Yeah, nasty. Who are these people that like buy high points off of Gunbroker? Like, what, you're looking for a bargain on a high point? You can't afford the full, what is it, $150 they cost at the store?
Nah, sometimes it's just too expensive.
I don't know, maybe you should, like, not buy a gun and buy food if you can't afford a fucking...
Nah, you should absolutely buy a gun. Fuck food.
That's a weird thing. I have found a weird thing.
Wait, are they telling me that Season 4 of Strike Back had one of these fucking guns? One of these Steffens or whatever?
Intratec AB10, that's a weird thing. Definitely. Also an ugly thing. Let's see. Oh shit, I went all the way to the end.
CZ52, CZ83. Yep, apparently it did. I don't ever remember seeing this scene, so I'm guessing this... I hadn't yet. That's cool. Dude, Strike Back is a great show. Literally full to bursting with CZ, or what are they? ZZs, AZs, AKZs, whatever the fuck the CZs made that are like AKCZs.
Like what, the VZ?
There we go. Yeah,
That's-
it's literally full of VZs.
That's not an AK though, but okay.
It's a Czech AK. It's basically a wannabe AK.
Well, okay, fine. Since you're like an idiot, I'll give you that.
Nah, that's 100% correct.
I'm just not gonna argue with you about anything anymore, ever.
I mean, I don't know if you can argue with me on AK stuff. Trying to rack the bolt while the safety's on.
Yeah, but we're not arguing about AK stuff because it's on AK. But I don't give a shit. Whatever.
Nah, it's 100% an AK.
You do realize that by saying that, you're exactly like anti-gunners that call everything a Glock, right? I just
Well, no, it is an AK. It was designed to be an AK by them crafty Czechs who are like, fuck Russia. We'll make our own AK. We'll make it better. Woo! I threw a pistol grip across my room because I was fumbling around with it and it fell, and I tried to like grab it while it was falling and just slapped it.
like it like bears so little mechanic similarity to an AK that it's embarrassing that you're saying what you're saying, but whatever.
Nah, it was literally designed to be an AK.
It's not a long stroke. It's
Doesn't need to be a long stroke.
I don't think it's even a fucking rotating bolt. It
Doesn't
like
need that
shares-
either.
So because it has Soviet bloc style wood shit on it, and the
Doesn't
mag
even have
kind
wood.
the mag kind of looks like an AK mag, so it's an AK. Like, what makes it an AK?
It's just, an AK. It was
Okay.
designed to basically be an AK.
No, you're right. Basically, you're right. I'm not gonna let my search for strange things on Pembroker be interrupted by a futile argument about fucking PZ-58. Well, I'm not really finding anything too bizarre.
Japanese human slip and slide.
Human?
Yeah.
Slip and slide?
Yep.
Like they're slipping and sliding over a bunch of people?
Yep.
Are they all naked?
Yep.
Wait, are you still like... Is this somehow related to the Stechkin, or you just changed to watching porn?
Kind of. No, it's not porn. They have swimsuits on, but like there's a row of girls that they oiled up, and then like dudes are sliding across them
That's a very poor
because
use.
it's a human slip and slide.
That's a very poor use of oiled up girls in bikinis.
I don't know.
Nah, it is.
Why are they zooming in at this old Japanese dude's cock? What is this? Up, he's getting the oiled. Wait, what happens if you get like a boner while you're like riding over these girls?
Are they doing it belly down?
I think so. It's
Oh, you're gonna fucking hurt your penis. That's what's gonna happen.
gonna snap your dick off.
Nah, I don't know about snapping it off, but you probably
Dude.
like, fuck.
Dicks are super easy to break.
Alright, I never tried.
Like if you're like bumping uglies and you're going a little too far, and it kind of pops out a little bit and doesn't go back in the right way, it's going to break.
Bumping uglies. Alright. Where is everybody? Has everyone just given up on us?
I guess so.
Or is there some show on that we're not, like...
Privy to? I have no idea. I'm just kind of... Someone posted a thing in the side that was like a Japanese girl shooting a gun with her butthole, but like, I've already seen
What?
that.
Oh, I'm not watching that.
So, yeah, like I've already seen that. So, like, one of the alternative videos to that though was this like human slip and slide, which seems a lot more interesting to me.
5-pack. First of all, if they're selling it as a 5-pack...
The slip and slide?
No, I'm looking at... I'm finding weird shit on Gunbroker. Well, it's not weird shit, it's just junk. You can get 5 Cobra 380s.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Dude, this guy's just rubbing his wiener on like all of these girls. This is weird. Like he gave up on trying to slide, so he just starts like just squishing his body across them. Like he starts grabbing like fistfuls of girls and starts just pulling down the line.
What is even... I'm not gonna ask you for a link to that, I'm not watching it, so just... It's not happening.
Oh, I didn't post a link to it.
No, I'm not watching it. What the fuck is Phoenix Arms, and what the... Wow, these look like some cheaply made piece of shit. Alright, anyway.
Wait, what is this? What is this now? Is it they're trying to have girls stuff things in these dudes' pants?
What the fuck are you watching?
I'm watching a Japanese game show, dude. These things are always fucking like weird.
Are you sure it's...
Yeah, they're stuffing balls in these dudes. Nope, they're stuffing apples into these guys' pants.
Right. That sounds a lot like it's gonna fucking turn into tentacle porn at any point.
Yeah, at any point, all these apples are gonna sprout out into a fuck tree, and it's gonna become a completely different game show.
Oh.
Dude, you can fit more apples in your pants than that.
That's a sentence no one has ever said to anybody. It's the first time in human history someone said that.
Nah.
Honor guard with the frame thingy. That's kind of weird, but no, it's great.
Oh, what? You found one of the Republican guards, AKs?
Yeah. What? What?
What do you mean? What?
Who are you saying that to?
You?
No, I'm talking about this fucking pistols that have the extended frame so you can, like, shoot someone without the pistol jamming at blank range. Called Honor Guard bullshit. What Republican Guard AKs are you talking about?
They're now whipping the pants apples at each other.
The guys at each other, or the girls?
Yeah,
or...
the guys are whipping the apples out of their pants and throwing them at the other guy.
Alright. 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 I don't know what to say about that.
This is just weird. Like, no, like the Iraqi Republican Guard or whatever, they had those Yugos that were, like, Iraqi AKs. I was asking if you found one of those.
On fucking Gunbroker?
Yep. There was a company that was reproducing them.
No. I was talking about the Honor Guard. You know that fucking gun that's like, basically the only interesting thing about it is that they made the lower, like, an inch longer. so the slide doesn't jam on anything when you like have to shoot someone when the pistol's touching them physically.
Oh, okay.
Like it can go out of battery.
Okay.
Which
So
I
it has
thought
basically has
was
like a standoff on it.
yeah. I thought
What am
that's-
I watching?
Dude, has it gotten weirder?
What? Yes.
Is
Yes, it
porn
has.
yet?
Yes. Actually, I think it is.
I told you that it's porn, you fucking idiot.
Dude, no, like legit. These girls, like all the girls that have been involved thus far,
Right?
fucking ran up, dumped like all of this oil on the two dudes, and then started like rubbing them, and then pulling down their pants, and then trying to whip their dicks out. It got
Right.
really weird, really quickly.
I find it strange that if it is porn, that there was such a long like that seems like a lot of things to watch before you get to the porn part.
Like it just takes too long to get there, and then it's like, what's happening? Why is this a thing now? What is this? Crazy Japanese game shows 6. Kiss my ass. What? Okay. Anything else cool?
That's it. You're done watching the game show Japanese porn.
Nope, it's still going. It's just really weird. They're now actually kissing asses. Like a girl, like there are two girls who put their butts through a hole in the wall, and it's some kind of game thing where they have to kiss their butts, I guess. Because reasons. Japan.
I need that category so bad. It's such a pain.
Yep. They are now kissing buttholes.
So you're watching rimming porn. as
I'm
you're
watching weird shit. Up! Turns out one of them was not a woman. One of them was a dude who they're kissing his butt.
talking. Yeah, Flippy, you're watching
This
gay
is
porn.
fucking weird.
You're watching gay porn.
That Japanese dude's getting really into it for some reason.
Stop it.
Yeah,
You're
This is
not
weird.
gonna.
this is getting turned the fuck off. What is this one?
How are you clicking a new one after that just happened to you?
Because it's not going to be more weird shit like that weird shit.
You just watched like a bunch of crap that ended in you watching gay rim job porn, and now what you're doing about it is like, yeah, I'll click the next one.
What? This one's called Spread Your Legs for Money and Prizes.
No, well, that's just life. Spread your legs for money and prizes.
Yeah.
That's a. I mean, at least you. I mean, the contents are what's written on the box, so that's okay. Like that's very well described.
Okay, this one is called How Much Pain Would You Endure to See Boobies?
Do you think they actually broadcast that on television there, or
Oh yeah, they do. 100%.
on like real television? Like you can switch on the television in Japan and watch like someone kissing someone else's ass?
Yep.
I don't think so.
100%.
I don't buy that for a second. That doesn't make any sense.
Boobs. What? Oh, Boob Shocker is this other one.
Are they electrifying boobs?
I don't know. Like, dude, the last one was literally they attach clamps onto your fucking nipples and shit with strings leading to like a bra on a girl, and you have to like try to yank on yourself hard enough to get the fucking like strings to pull the bra off without pulling off the nipple clamps.
And Uzi in 22 long rifle is pretty strange.
Not really. They do that shit like literally all the time here.
No, it's an IWI one though.
Oh, that's actually weird.
Anyway, it's not that weird though. It's like not weird enough. I'm not stopping until I find something that I'm
How
really gonna
many
be like.
coins can you catch with your greedy boobs?
That's the name of the show.
Yeah.
A lot of coins.
Apparently a lot.
Where are you watching all this shit?
YouTube, dude. Touch her chest, guess her name. I love the Japanese. They're great people.
How is this on YouTube?
Who's ever better at blowjobs doesn't have to eat vermin?
You'd get pretty fucking good at blowjobs if you're in that game.
Oh, no, those aren't real blowjobs. That's bad. Don't do that.
What are they doing?
They're actually blowing into a tube.
Ah, no, that doesn't.
But inside the tube, there's like a cockroach. And both girls have their mouth on the tube, trying
So
to
they have
blow
to
the
push it up.
cockroach into the other girl's mouth.
That's disgusting.
Sing karaoke while getting a hand job. I feel like I would be really good at that, and I could do that. I'd fucking nail the singing karaoke while someone was like hand jobbing me.
Right, I'll be back in a second.
Glass pommel horse. Oh, and there's a dude inside the horse looking up at the cooter. What? What? This is fucking weird. I saw that one. Human slip inside. Like, it's just a half-naked girl walking over, like, glass planks while, like, dudes are staring up her skirt. Yeah, this is the country that's getting the, I think it's the Summer Olympics? No, the Summer or Winter Olympics. Whichever one comes next. What can she hide in her breast?
Stupid.
What the fuck? Some motherfucker tried to use my credit card to buy $3.23 at some place called Jack's Grocery.
Hmm?
Cool. Just got like a text message from my bank being like, "Yo, some dude, are you trying to buy groceries from a place called Jack's Groceries?" I'm like, "No."
Oh, I only buy guns. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I only
Crazy
buy
people.
weird guns and weird Japanese game show things.
How do you get your card details, bro?
I have no idea. Well, I probably should call in and get this fixed so I don't have to deal with it in the morning.
What's up, peoples?
Not much. Drink all week. Leaving. It's late. I'll see you guys some other day. Night.
What's that?
I think I'm going to sleep.
Well, it is probably just about morning there, isn't it?
Yeah. But I had a good afternoon nap.
Ah,
But I'm off. I'll see you guys. Bye.
right on. Take care. Where you at, Flippy? Where you at, Smeggy? What's up, G?
Hey.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
I'm doing all right. Pretty quiet in here at the moment. Trying to figure out where Smeggy and Flippy are.
Hi, buying stuff.
Yeah, buying stuff or watching YouTube videos or something.
Aw, damn.
Uh-oh.
Turning into a party.
They just people talking and then people will jump in.
So what's up, Sean?
I
How you
heard
doing?
there was free shrimp. I came.
Free shrimp. Nobody told me about it.
No, I'm just kicking back, man. First beer in a week.
Sounds like you're trying to get into a war game or
Oh,
ship game.
nah, I saw Foos and Night Strike in there. I figured they were going to play catch up to me or something. We got Smeggy in here, too.
Huh. That looks like an interesting game. I just don't have the RAM to run it on my Photoshop rig.
This one here is much slower than the one I started with. They have a tanks game, a ships game, and an airplane game. The airplane one kind of sucks, but the pace of this one is so much slower, so it's like the learning curve shallower because of it, because you have plenty of time to actually think about what you want to do for a while.
Right, but then there's also the people who have been there for however long who already have you beat. Like,
That's not even a year old yet.
oh, okay.
I mean, it was in like alphas and betas and whatnot, but I mean, this current iteration's been only out for a year.
So what are you guys? Are you gun channels guys? Like some of the top dudes on there, or what?
I think I was the first one, and then Foos jumped in on this. He saw me screen sharing it one day, and then Night Strike jumped in on it, and then Smeggy jumped in on it. And then I think G made a joke about it one day that someday we were going to have like a gun channels gaming group. So I mean, there would be like enough of us to do it. I thought that'd be kind of cool because I mean, the tank version of this have like a group system, like a clan type system.
Mhm.
So you know you can do organized events that actually pay out, and then if you're really good at it, they actually invite you to tournaments that pay cash. Like the last one they did paid, I think, 35 grand to each participant in the team of 10. So it was a $350,000 prize.
Jeez.
It was global too, so they actually sent you to Minsk to play at the global level.
You should definitely do that then.
I ain't good enough at it. Like I can do battle calling and like I can draw up like strategies and stuff, but I always end up with not enough of the right people to actually be able to execute it.
Well, the cool thing about that idea would be like exactly like you said, getting a gun channels group together and creating your own little tourney or round robin, and duking it out and see who's the last one floating on the water.
Yeah, because they actually do. You can set up like team battles where you don't have to worry about outside players. You could just set it up with even numbers of the your own teams that you put together. So if we wanted to do it amongst ourselves, that's definitely something that can be put together.
That's a cool idea.
Like build your own tournament essentially. But anyway, I didn't want to bore you guys with that. It's just I would have been on earlier. It's just I was trying to look up webcams because I don't have one to do like a live feed, and then I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll just get a HDMI capture card and then use my GoPro as a quick cam, which would have been fine because it can do 4K. That would have been awesome. Not realizing that my old monitor the entire time had a 2-megapixel camera built into the frame, so I got that working today. That way, when we do our reload chat on Sunday, I can actually show things I'm doing instead of just talking about them.
Right on. Well, I was going to ask, can you plug that GoPro into your computer? And
yeah, if you have an HDMI input capture card, you can do that.
Okay.
and mine actually doesn't have that yet, but I'm thinking about getting one. Because I'm actually an IT guy, so I mean, it's like these things are not alien to me. It's just I never really thought about putting the two together.
Yeah, I get my eyes glaze over with a lot of that IT stuff, dude. Hell, a lot of things in general, I guess.
Yeah, so I get to actually show off some of my big boards tonight, maybe on chat.
Who's on tonight?
Heavy B's going to be on late tonight.
After the Daily Show?
Ooh, no, it's probably right
Who's
before
gonna
the
be
Daily
on
Show
right
tonight.
before? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't checked the schedule yet.
I can't wait to hear the answer of last night's quiz.
Wait,
We ain't waiting for Dano. I think we might do the late show earlier because it's fucking hard waiting that long.
That's the first question that was asked that I did not know the answer to. Like, I
What do
actually
you-
had to stop and look it up.
what are you talking about, Sean? What question?
Oh, Dano's tactical quiz yesterday. It was about the Sammy spec range for a 308 round. Like, I did not know that.
What did okay, I missed last night's chat, but I went back and listened to it today, and there was what I found was that G and Island and Dano they were talking Vietnam music. Is that the same?
Was that
That's
yesterday's chat? Yeah, that was yesterday's. It was right towards the end because Dano had technical issues and he couldn't get back in for 30 minutes.
Wasn't the tactical quiz the 37 whatever thing that you won? I might be thinking of two different days.
The one before that was the man. You want to talk about being thrown a softball? I actually own an M7. Well, I owned a replica M79. I bought it from a paintball supply shop because they use them for smoke grenades.
Okay.
And, the first day I saw it, I had to have it, so I was like, "Oh, give me that!" So I bought it. But Dano threw that softball 2 days ago. He's like, "Describe in detail what an M79 is." I was like, "Easy mode."
So that was last night's.
That was the night
So,
before
right?
last.
Was it?
Mm.
Oh shit! I got another one to catch up on then.
That was the question from Wednesday, but we answered it yesterday.
Right. Yeah, the email answer thing, I can sort of see the benefit of that because you can get all the answers in timestamps. But then again, people are going to be like, "Oh, I have to wait a whole day to find out if I won or not."
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that all the time, but we were just doing it for the night one, I think, to make it a little
Sure.
easier.
Hey, so what's the deal with the squeaking in? I think you were mentioning that earlier in your van. What's actually squeaking?
The transmission squeaks whenever it's low on fluid.
That's weird, man. The only time I've dealt with anything, say, I would just call that a cargo vehicle because I used to work on a lot of the fleet trucks and stuff. The only time I would ever hear anything that would squeak would be if it had one, the center support bearing going bad, where you have a two-piece drive shaft or whatever. Those things are a pain in the ass. My BMW had one, and it was a fucking nightmare. It went out, and then I bought the bearing, and no shop could install it. They were like, "Oh no, on a BMW you have to replace the whole drive shaft." And it was like, "Oh, fantastic!" On a 30-year-old car, it was $800 for a $30 bearing.
And the car was probably worth what, $1,000?
I think I paid $600 for it when I bought it about 7 years ago, and then I've modded it out a little bit, but it's been in the driveway now for about a year. I haven't messed with it in a while, just because I've been thinking about doing an engine swap on it. Too many sensors went bad, and I just didn't feel like throwing money at it.
What kind of car are we talking about?
It's a 87 535 IS. It's like the poor man's M5 of 1987. It has everything an M5 has except the engine. Like it's got the same suspension, and then I put the wheels from my 97 540 on it, and then I put the brakes from a 95 M5 in it.
Oh, and you said it's a Beamer, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one of the ugliest 5 Series ever made. When I was a kid, I was like, man, I think it's really goofy looking. And then as I got older, I had a 95 and it got totaled, and I bought a 97 with the insurance money, and I had enough money left over to buy the 87. So I bought the generation above it and the generation below it. And then I sold all of them but the oldest one, which I'll probably sell that too because I just don't have time to fix it or do anything with it.
Yeah, cars always seem to
My
make
shooting
their way
hobby
into.
seems to get in the way.
Yeah, them cars and maintenance. Turn it into a project, and you never really know what you're getting into.
It would be a lot easier if I actually had a garage. Like my house doesn't have a garage. Before I bought this place, somebody converted the garage into rooms, and so now I don't have an interior space to put the vehicle. Otherwise, I'd put it in there and just rip it apart. If I actually had a garage, that thing would have been done a year ago, just because I'd have the space to do something with it.
Yeah, that's what my dad said when he got the '66 Mustang and wants to put disc brakes on it and whatnot, and do a few other things. But he's one of them that likes to hold on to every little thing that we get because he may need it someday. So we've got a 2-car garage that barely fits 1 car, and there definitely is no working room.
I know that project quite well, actually. I had since I didn't have a garage, so it's like I had to do this in my driveway, but I had a 68 Chevelle SS396, and it was drum brakes, and in one weekend, I tore the whole front end out of the car, and essentially I just put in the front end of an 87 Silverado in it. So it had disc brakes with a booster and, 2-channel master cylinder and everything. But I mean, I literally did that in like 12 beers. Because I didn't want to leave it sitting on jack stands overnight, and I'm like, nope, it's gonna get done.
Yeah, my neighbor, like 2 doors up here, I've known whoever lived in that house way before he was even there, but they got a pit in the garage, and it's just like, God, wouldn't that be nice to have?
Jay Leno's garage would be nice to have.
Oh, that too. I'm just talking as a simple man and being able to work on your stuff. I mean, there's actually a freaking pit in the ground.
Because realistically, it's hard to have an elevated roof to put a 2-post lift on it. So if you can get underneath it with I guess dig out your foundation under your garage and make a walkable pit, that'd be fantastic.
Yep, that's what this house has.
Wasn't there a show on somewhere that was like just people's cool car collections / their like buildings that they kept them in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're $1 million garages with elevators, and they look like aircraft carriers raising up jets. Yeah.
My favorite one is the neighborhood in Florida. It was an entire neighborhood that was modeled for people who owned private aircraft. So there was streets on one side of the house and taxiing runways all on the other side.
We have 2 of those in Tucson, one on the north side and one on the south side.
Those are badass because the garages are gigantic.
Wait, are you talking so like the guys who fly their Cessnas can just fly to and from work? And
No,
exactly.
No. Well, I guess so. It's more like retired people though, and rich people, I think. And
pretty much.
That's like how they get to places. There's driveways up to those places, but they're in the middle of nowhere, like in the desert. And then, there's just a runway, and then a bunch of like, if you look at them from the aerial view, it's just a bunch of like, kind of big ass roads that go to all these giant. Like they don't park like all in a row. At least these don't all park like in a bunch of hangars. The hangars are in their houses, so like you drive your plane over to your house and then into your own personal hangar right there.
Yep. Yeah, the one in Florida is like that too. It's like one side of your house, there's roads that people can drive to your house, and on the other side of your house, there's gigantic taxiways that look like huge roads, and then you've got your house, and then you've got a garage/hangar that's almost the size of your house, built next to your house or into your house, and then you literally just taxi right into your quote garage.
God, wouldn't that be awesome?
And you're right, it's like mostly retired people, but they were originally planning on building these neighborhoods all over the country, and only some, certain cities got it just because they didn't have enough people who would actually go through with this. If I ever came across enough money to do that, I would live in a place like that, because I'd love to taxi like a Catalina into my garage. That'd be awesome.
What a way of life that would be,
Oh, yeah.
If you want to take the plane for the joyride, take it up and pull it back into your garage. If you want to take the Ferrari out,
Right.
well, it's the other way.
I'm going out for milk. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna get it in Miami. Porn capital of the world. That would be awesome. I don't know. I have this fascination with vintage radials, so like if I ever get a plane, it's gonna be old. It's gonna be really old. It's gonna make a lot of noise. It's gonna belch oil. It's gonna have windows open.
I got a fascination with aircraft just in general.
You're gonna have to get one that heats the oil.
Ah, why didn't you send me a fleet invite, turd?
Because I'm not playing video games right now. I'm kind of just chilling right now.
Oh, I thought you were on a minute ago. I see Foose is on.
Yeah, no, I wasn't on a minute ago. I haven't actually touched it all day.
What you do in the sanctity of your own home is your own business, brother.
No. Says the guy without a garage.
Hey, I got a good deal on this place, though.
The joke is I don't have a garage either.
Ah.
But I've got something better. You know what it's called?
An AK.
Besides that.
A van on blocks.
It's not on blocks, actually. No. I have a carport.
That's okay.
That's half of a garage.
Yeah, it keeps you dry, but the mosquitoes are still going to destroy you.
In South Carolina, the mosquitoes are the state bird. It doesn't really matter.
See, we have that same joke in Denali when I go up there. It's like, people ask about the mosquitoes in Texas, I'm like, they're huge. And then when I go to Denali, I get an education. And then when I go back to Texas, people are like, so how are the mosquitoes in Alaska? I'm like, they're like the size of pterodactyls.
They're that size here, too.
Well, the female non-biting ones, or the male non-biting ones are like that here, but the ones in Alaska, dude, if a swarm of those attacked a bear, the bear would die of a heart attack from loss of blood. That's how big these fucking things are. They're insane. You can hit them with birdshot.
It's just like a quarter of the low country in South Carolina is swamp. So, of course, there's going to be pterodactyl-sized mosquitoes.
Yeah, well, I live in the Bayou City, so, I mean, it's kind of the same idea. I mean, they're just everywhere. And the worst part is, it's going to happen. At midnight tonight, my dog's going to need to go out. I'm going to go to my back door. I'm going to flip on the patio light, and my deck is going to go from dark brown to the red stain that it was, because this place turns into a fucking jungle at night, and the outdoor
you know what you need to do?
Everywhere.
You need to get one of those all-weather bug lamps and just leave it on at night.
No, I've got one. It's just, well, they're flying cockroaches, but I don't think they'd go near it.
What? Are you talking that zaps them and kills them? Do you hear
Zaps
zapping all night?
Yeah, I got one of those.
I'd rather hear zapping than have to clean up my my windows all the time.
Yeah, you just hear that zap going, and you say, "Got another one."
And if you need to pretend, just pretend that all those bugs are liberals. There you go.
I just have to go into my living room and listen to my old man.
Yeah, but you can't zap him.
No. I just give him another beer and tell him to shut up.
As bad as you would love to zap him, I don't think you can.
I just give him another beer and I'm like, shut up. Your Democrats aren't the same ones that you remember from the 50s.
Let me put it this way: the Democrats are so bad. My grandmother, who was a Democrat, has gone independent.
Save it for tomorrow. Oh, well, yeah. I've been listening.
No. She changed her party affiliation to independent.
I hear that every day on talk radio. It's like all these people are like, I'm a liberal and I'm voting for Trump, or I'm a liberal and I'm voting independent. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, because Hillary is a gangrenous megamorphin thunder cunt. I'm like, wow.
We probably do need to save this for tomorrow, but I don't know if Matt wants to go down that rabbit hole tomorrow.
Oh no, tomorrow I've got the best story. It came out today. It was fantastic.
That's if you show up on a
got
Saturday.
fired from CNN for looking into Hillary's health records and saying how concerning they are, and they fired him.
Who got fired?
Dr. Drew,
The
19 hours ago.
The drug doctor guy.
The guy that's on TV all the time, Dr.
Yeah,
Drew.
with all the celebrities. Yeah.
Yeah, he got canned by CNN. They were like, we don't talk about the Empress. You're fired.
Well, you know who might hire him now?
Fox.
Fox, because Fox is more conservative than they are liberal.
Yeah.
Granted, you know, they're about the only news network you'll find that doesn't play into Hillary.
Half of them.
Yeah. Well, every time I've turned on the TV, they haven't gone for the Hillary.
Yeah, if you get like Megyn Kelly or Sean Hannity, it's going to be very, very, very right. But if you go to like, say, the O'Reilly Factor, or if you ever hear Glenn Beck on there or something, you're just like, fuck, shut up.
Yeah, I know. But luckily, I don't watch it too much, so I don't have that problem.
Wow, I have like a whole team of people that are pink. These people all have bad aim. I'm debating what I'm going to do tomorrow because it's the end of the summer. This is awesome. See, I live in the third largest city in the country now. It used to be the fourth. We have gun show seasons, like football season and basketball season and baseball season. And right now, the summer gun show season is just winding up, and one of the biggest ones we get in town is tomorrow. So it's like, do I go there, or do I just go to the range and blow a couple thousand rounds of ammo that I've been stockpiling for the whole last 7 months? Or
How
do
many
I just
shows do
find
you
the
get to
time
go
to
to a
do
year?
both? I go to every show. Like I've probably put 10,000 miles on my car just this year going to shows.
I'll go out back and shoot for you if you don't get a chance.
I'll probably find time to do both. It's just, the last show I went to was an hour and a half away, which is no big deal. And
the issue is, are you going to be there for Matt's show?
Well, I went in there and I had a very short list in my head of what I wanted to get, because I figured the things that I actually do want won't be there. And wouldn't you know it, last weekend, every fucking gun on my wish list was there, and I had no money to spend to do it, and I was like, fuck.
You see, that's why you shouldn't have lists.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, though. You go to a gun show with a list in your head to discipline yourself not to buy everything you see. But then you end up spending $3,000 anyway, so.
That's why I always bring my brother with me, because he's got one of them credit card thingies, and I just say, hey, twin, you buy this, and I'm going to pay you back. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm the one with the credit card, so it's just like, take my money. Yeah, last week, the only thing I was going to buy, if it was there, was a Bulgarian Makarov. And sure as shit, this Korean war vet guy, who very rarely comes to the gun shows, was there. And he had one left, and it was in pretty good shape. And at the time, I thought, it's a bit pricey. But then I realized, well, if I bought it from Classic and then FFL transferred it and paid state tax on it, it would have been the same amount anyway. So I've made my peace that I'm going to probably pay about $380 for a Bulgarian Makarov complete kit. I can live with that. He had one of those. He had 3 Tokarevs. I do want one of those, but it's not on my priority list. And then the guy with the LP08 artillery Luger was there again. He lowered his price. Originally it was $35,000. Now it's $32,000, which I'm still not going to buy. And then the Smith & Wesson 3913 Ladysmith, which I teased the guy who... I bought 2 guns from him this year already, and I teased him about not having the right one, The last show I went to before the last week, he had a 3913, but it was the non-Ladysmith version. And he was like, well, why do you want the girl's gun? And I told him, I said, my collection is based off of TV shows and movies. And I was like, this is the one that Andrea carries in The Walking Dead. And I'm like, besides, this gun was obviously so liked by men that they had to make a man's version of it just so they wouldn't embarrass themselves shooting it. I was like, frankly, I don't give a shit. I was like, I want it because that's the right gun from the show. Wouldn't you know it, that fucker had one. I walked in. He always has the first booth when you walk in the shop. He pays a premium for it. And he looks at me and he goes, I got it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he just pulls this thing out from the case. He's like, I knew you'd be here. He's like, here you go. He just dropped
Was
it
your
on the
name
table.
already on it?
It had a reserve tag on it. And it was a Ladysmith 3913. I was like, son of a bitch. I didn't even expect him to have one, and there it was. He wanted like $750 for it, which I thought was a bit pricey for a 9, but they don't make those anymore, and finding one in like really good shape is getting kind of hard. So if I see it tomorrow, I just might buy it.
Did you hear that, everyone? Sean said he's buying a ladies' gun tomorrow.
Hey. I already told you the history. It was obviously so popular with men that they made a non-Ladysmith version. It actually had, I think it was called the NLS, non-Ladysmith.
I know, but I still have to
you-
do shit for it anyways.
Even ladies get to have guns. Come on.
Well, what's really funny is the only difference between the two guns is the man's version has black grips and it doesn't say Ladysmith on the side, and the Ladysmith one has gray grips, which actually look better on a stainless gun anyway.
So there's no weight difference or anything?
No, it's exactly the same gun.
It's just this one's black. It looks more manly.
It has black grips. The body and the frame is exactly the same.
Yeah, and I'll get you.
And I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm like, this is Andrea's gun, and I'm going to shoot it. Because we can't all afford Colt Pythons.
Yeah, I'm still focusing on.
I have what I call the
guns and ammo
poor
and
man's
all that good
grind.
stuff.
And I got a great deal on it, so I'm not ashamed of that at all.
The poor man's what?
I call it the poor man's Rick Grimes. It's a 686-6, full underbarrel lug 357 Magnum. It looks more or less like his gun. It doesn't have the vented top, but I mean, shape-wise, an idiot would be able to see that and go, "Oh yeah, that's the one from the show." And it's like, it's not, but at least it's about the same size and weight, and it's accurate. And I think I paid $120 for it. I traded in my PPK and I paid the difference for that. And I'm perfectly happy with it.
Yeah, I'm kind of still waiting to pull the trigger on my first revolver. First real revolver. I got a Heritage little 22
Do it, Flippy.
Flippy.
What's Flippy saying?
Well, no, I'm just calling you Flippy. Do it. He got his first one.
Oh,
Actually, for a first one, he got a pretty damn good one.
I don't want a snubby, because this one's gonna probably be reserved to my mother, in the house.
My first one ended up being an antique.
Well, you don't want it to be a stopper my mom will shoot Colt Anaconda if your mom's going to use it.
You
My mo-
totally do. You need to.
My mom likes the 65, which I think was discontinued, and they're making the 66 or whatever with the adjustable rear sights with a 4-inch barrel. I think that's what I'm gonna get her. 357 38 special. She shot it in 357. She likes it. She shot my 9mm. She says, I don't like that thing, but she likes the 357.
She wants the 65.
But isn't there a 66 that they are producing currently that has like an adjustable rear sight? That is basically the same thing as the 65 except for the rear sight.
Indeed it is. You're right. The thing is, I don't know, man. It's like I have what I call the wheelhouse. Obviously, I'm like Yankee Jr., I guess. I've got a Ruger Police Service 6, which is similar to this in size, shape, weight, whatnot. And what I've discovered in my couple million rounds of shooting his, is I'm not really fond of those really skinny grips on these, because what ends up happening is when you grab this grip, your middle finger, first knuckle, goes way up above the trigger because of the shape of that grip. And I noticed when I took my dad out and let him shoot it that he would sort of be all over the place with it because his fingers were higher than the trigger because of the shape of the grip and frame. So what I did was I ended up taking the wooden grips off, and then I put a Hogue monogrip on there. What that does is it lowers the position of your hand so your middle finger is directly below the bottom rung of the trigger guard. And
Well,
it
it should
just end up getting a better purchase on it because it's fatter and it's heavier and it's a little squishier. It's just I'm not fond of having my hand so far up against the frame like that. So it's like all my revolvers have X-frame grips, which are just gigantic things, but they're comfortable and they fill your hand and they put it lower. It raises the bore axis obviously when you're holding it, but it's easier to shoot that way for me at least.
All right, but for a lady with tiny hands, I mean, isn't the one with the skinnier grip a little bit easier to get purchase on?
It's gonna depend on how she handles the recoil, because the other thing I noticed is when your hand is that far up on those wooden grips, the front strap and the back strap are usually exposed steel. So first of all, it's really skinny in the hand, and second of all, after recoil, the trigger guard tends to smack into your middle finger, especially when it's that far up. So if you have those rubber grips where your finger is slightly below the crook of the trigger guard, when the barrel rises, it kind of pulls the trigger guard away from your knuckle, so it doesn't smack the hell out of your hand. Because, okay, obviously in a defensive situation, you're only going to fire like 3 or 4 rounds. No big deal. But, I mean, if she's going to go to the range and get proficient and actually maybe enjoy what she's doing when she's shooting this thing, and she puts, a couple dozen rounds through it, that's going to start to wear on her finger. It's going to hurt.
Yeah, I can see that. I would rather just...
That 65 looks strikingly similar to my Service 6.
I mean,
And
for her, I would rather just leave her a 16-inch barreled AR or 14.5 barreled AR, but I still got to get her out to...
I'm just going to give her a Mossberg Mariner Cruiser.
Dude, I just think my thought is it's a little gun. I mean, it's 223. All she needs to do is be able to figure out how to shoulder it, and she'll be good.
Hang on, I'm gonna go grab it. I'm gonna turn on my camera. This is gonna be a face reveal. It'll be my first one on Gun Channels. Oh shit! All right, perfect little gun. It took me 3 years to get one of these, just because they don't make them anymore. Camera. All right. See it?
Yep.
Alright, so this here is my 357 Night Guard. Like I was saying, see how the grip here, your middle finger goes below the trigger guard?
Yes, I do.
Alright, so when you're holding this, right, and it goes off, it's going to want to kick upward, and when it kicks upward, there's nothing that smacks your finger. It gets out of the way. But with the original grips, your finger's way up here. And this trigger guard wants to go into it every time. So it's a bit uncomfortable. The original grip that came with this are a set of Pachmeyers, and they're a little higher up. This is actually the grip from a Smith & Wesson 500 Magnum. This is the X-frame grip, because I prefer actually having the covered backstrap with the little silicone deal in it.
Right, now if you don't have the covered backstrap, after a certain amount of rounds, you're going to start feeling that on your hand, are you not?
Yeah, it tends to hit the web of your hand here. So I like this just because I like shooting. And then the other special thing about this, you're going to love this. 8 rounds.
Nice.
8 times. Love it.
8 rounds, 357?
Yeah.
Cool.
And then it's got XS night sights too. Big dot tritium night sights. This thing is badass. I love it.
You know, I'm going to have to think about that shape of grip for her, because she's just getting over tendinitis and hasn't even been cleared to shoot again yet. My thought is I don't want to put a revolver in her hand, but if that's what she likes, if that's what she's going to be able to shoot and shoot well, I mean, I'd rather.
It's the last like 20 seconds because I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
My bad. No problem. I forget where I was.
Yeah, I like the X-frame grips. I mean, the coolest thing about that grip, they were made for the X-frame, obviously, and they fit on N frames. They're just drop in. They fit on L frames because I've actually had one of those on my 686, and there's no gap. But if you put a N frame wood grip on it, there'll be a gap. Like this one, you can pivot just slightly before you lock down the screw, and you can literally put an X-frame grip on an L-frame 357. And it's so soft shooting when you do that, too. Like, I could put the gnarliest 357s through my 686. I mean, okay, I've got a 6-inch barrel, and I've got this huge underbarrel lug, so that helps immensely already. And then I have the X-frame grip on it. It feels like I'm shooting 9mm, actually.
Oh, Sean, I think what I was saying is, for my mom, I may have to think about that sort of grip shape if I do go with the revolver for with her. She's just getting over tendonitis, and she hasn't even been cleared to shoot again yet. So,
does she have a history of arthritis too?
I don't, not as much. The tendonitis came on. She's credit manager and typing all day and all that BS.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you can get those grips from either Hogue or you can buy them straight from Smith & Wesson. They're like $40. And what's really funny is that Smith & Wesson is really bad about shipping. So you order it and they'll tell you it's like 7 weeks to arrive. And you start chewing their ass, and sometimes, in my case, they double ship them. So I ended up with 2.
Lucky guy.
Oh,
You
yeah.
didn't get charged for the other one?
Nope.
Wow.
They just kind of fucked up and sent me 2 packages. I'm like, sweet.
I could almost pull that thing with this thing that's going on with PSA right now, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, I should have showed you the Packmeyers. I just found them.
Because I was able to get PSA to send out my replacement upper before me sending in the one that they screwed up on.
Mm-hmm.
And, I told them, I said, you got my credit card, and if I don't return it, fucking charge me. But they don't know that credit card was just a little Visa gift card with only a certain amount of money on it. But I'm not a douchebag, so I'm going to return it.
Yeah, I should have showed you these, actually. I've got the original Packmeyer. Well, Packmeyer made them for Smith & Wesson for the night guards, and I kept them because they're nice. It's just I didn't want that. This actually covers the backstrap too, but they're a bit harder. And I tried putting these grips on my L-frame, and it left like a 4 or 5 millimeter gap behind the backstrap. So this one doesn't adjust over. But if you put a square butt frame, X-frame grip on an L-frame, it drops right on, which is fantastic. And then I ended up taking that grip off because I don't know if it was because I saw a video on Yankees channel, but I saw those Hogue zombie grips, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have one set of those on something. So I ended up that was my poor man's Rick Grimes. I bought L-frame zombie grips. So my 686 has bright green grips, which are a bitch to keep clean. Powder residue just gets on the green, and it's like it takes forever to wipe it off.
That probably sticks onto that rubber stuff.
Yeah, and then even when you clean it with freaking hops or whatever, it'll smear the powder residue for like the first 10,000 wipes, and then it finally goes away.
See, the thing I'm struggling with my mom is I don't know if I want to put something like that in her hand or take her out and teach her how to shoot AR and just leave a fucking AR,
Well, it's home defense, right?
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Hang on, let me go grab it.
Get her the Keltec AR pistol.
I don't know if I want to get anything that says Keltec.
You know I wasn't being serious, right?
I'm pretty sure I knew you weren't, but I just had to throw that
Not even
in there.
I own Keltecs.
Yeah, I don't own one. I
I mean,
know if I
I
ever
may
will.
be a cheap ass, and I'll own that, on my sleeve, but I don't go for Kel-Tecs.
Dude, they only have one gun that kind of appeals to me, and that's
Well-
that's the one that Matt just got. The pistol caliber carbine.
Right. But I do and I don't want one of those SU-16Cs. It's like their AR rifle that folds in half.
Mhm.
That's in 5.56.
All right.
I've heard the rifles are.
I want it
different.
and I don't because the factor is, it's Kel-Tec.
Aren't their rifles kind of usually a lot better than the pistols?
They're all the Kel-Tec, but they're fine. I've got like 5 of them.
That's the thing with Kel-Tecs. They will work or you'll have an aberration. So I mean, if you got one that works, and it'll probably stay working for a while.
Okay,
All right.
let me ask this question. G-Webs, how many high points do you have?
None.
Okay, there we go. Don't
All
get a
right.
high point.
Show and tell time. Hang on. Let me turn my camera on.
I'd say they'll get a help on high point.
All right. So if you want to get something for your mom, well, let me empty it. This is my everyday gun. All right. So if you want to get something for your mom, you can always go with something like this. This is a Beretta PX4 Storm compact. So this is like your Glock 17 size Beretta. And the nice thing is, nice fat grip because it comes with 3 grips. I put the largest one on there. I don't know if you can see that.
It's more like a 19.
So it comes up here. Oh, sorry, yeah, 19. 19's the middle one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
she
this is like your
shot
19
my
size.
19, and she would be comfortable with it.
15 plus 1, which is pretty sweet. And the really nice thing about this one is, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. It's got the rolling block, or the rotating barrel. So instead of a tilt barrel, it actually rotates on itself, which actually makes it really soft. As you can tell, that clicking noise is actually because I don't have the Type G or Type F. I think it's a Type F. So I've still got the decocker kind. But that's really nice, and I bought that. I actually traded my Smith & Wesson Shield for this because the trigger on the Shield was just a nightmare for me. I spent like almost $400 for that gun, and then just to make it shoot the way I wanted it to, they told me, "Oh, well, you can spend $160 on an Apex trigger," and I was like, "You can kiss my ass." So I traded it, and I spent an extra like $60, and I got this. So I took this. First time I went out and shot it, I made a hole the size of a quarter after firing like 50 rounds through it, and I'm like, "That's a good trigger." It's double single action, which is nice because I'm used to revolvers anyway, so it's just the way I roll. And I liked it so much that a week later, ta-da, I bought the compact, or subcompact. So this one here, this is the different one. There's 3 sizes, obviously. This is like your Glock 26 size. And let me take the light off. This one here is...
Then you got more of a pocket pistol size as well?
Well, that's the thing with these. These Berettas are chubby.
Okay.
See? They're a bit thick.
So no matter what, it's still going to be about the thickness of a Glock. It may be a little thinner.
Just a little, maybe a little thicker, actually. These are chubby little guns. But the one that makes this one different is this has the tilt barrel, but this shoots just as nice. So this is actually my nightstand gun, and the other nice thing is, see, I can't get my pinky on here, but it's got this little thing on the bottom of the magazine, so you flip it down, and then you can get your pinky around it, which is pretty cool. And then the other sweet thing is if you ever needed to, the compacts fit in there. I don't know if you can see that. Here, compacts fit in there. And then the full-size 20 rounders fit in there, and they actually make like a little slip-on plate, so it doesn't have this weird gap. So I mean, you can get that from Beretta directly. But yeah, I was a Beretta convert.
I don't own a Beretta.
I didn't until these two, and I absolutely adore them now. But yeah, I freaking love these things.
Yeah, when I sent my mom
I like my 92S.
When I sent my mom to the women's NRA Introduction to Handgun class. They taught them on the MMPs.
I gave it a fair shake, man. I kept one for 14 months, and there was nothing I could do to like that trigger. I tried. I gave it a fair shake. I put at least 4,000 rounds of 40 through it, and it did not play ball. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Let it go.
Yeah, I've also kind of thought the route of maybe just buying a 22 or something and converting it, or either carrying it in 40 cal or converting it to 9mm and then leaving her the 19. Because, I mean, she knows the operation of it, and it's just a matter of, I mean, it's not going to be a range toy for her, so it's just a matter of her having something if shit hits the fan.
See, what's really funny about these Berettas is all my local friends ask me when I'm going to buy the full size, and what's really funny is I have no desire to own it. I mean, it's the full size is my compact, half an inch longer, with 3 extra rounds or 4 extra rounds, I think. But you know, I carry 2 mags plus this loaded one every day to work. So
the only Beretta I've ever thought about is one of the 92 variants.
It's on my to-do list, but I want to get the 92 FS Enox. There's a company that makes a 5 or 6 inch barrel? It's an extended barrel. It sticks out an inch, but from a TV show, obviously. But that's on my to-do list.
Where do I get this? Where do I get this extended barrel?
Oh,
is it threaded?
Now you can get a threaded version, but I don't. When I build this thing, the original character who used it didn't have a threaded one, so I'm not going to get a threaded one.
Stop skirting the question. Where do you get the extended barrel?
I got it shortcutted somewhere. Hang on.
Because I know it'll fit on my gun just as is.
Hey, Night Strike, do you know the Google Hangout side of things all that well?
Yeah, why? What's going on?
Well, I've been having issues getting into Hangouts on my cell phone. What I've been having to do is actually go in and...
Okay, hold on. Stop. Are you using an iPhone or an Android phone?
iPhone.
Well, there's your problem.
What do you mean there's your problem?
Well, you didn't.
I mean, there's your problem.
You didn't let me finish my quandary.
Well, the issue is while Google Hangouts does seem to somewhat work on iPhones and the iOS, it doesn't do it well.
Here,
and that's going to be your first issue.
All right, is it weird?
I mean, any issues you have after that.
All right, here's what's been happening to me is when I was before I even fired my computer up, I was able to jump into Hangouts and whatnot on my cell phone. But after I jumped into one Hangout on the computer just to see what the whole side chat was all about, ever since that day, I cannot, when the next day comes and somebody posts a lobby chat, I can't go click on that and open it. It throws me into a room all by myself, and that's never any fun for anybody. And when I come...
Depends on what magazines are laying around.
with that, you're going to have to... The only real method for that is you're going to have to join it first on your laptop, exit out of it, and then join it on your phone, and you should be able to join it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
because I've heard sometimes where people have given just the mobile link, because they were using an iPhone or they were using an Android phone, and the mobile link will give you a link, but you'll be in the chat room all by yourself. I had that happen to me once or twice before because I got links from G-Webs and one from Brandom at one point in time, and that's what happened. But to make sure, if you want to get it on your phone, just make sure you join a chat via the PC first, and you should be fine.
Yeah, that's what's tough though. If I'm out and about, I would like to be able to jump into chats without having to call somebody at home and say, go log in here and do this and do that. I was just curious.
Then I suggest you yell at Google.
I was just curious if there might be a a certain setting I had wrong in Google.
Are you training a dog back there?
He's
don't
getting
know.
muted, is what he's getting.
I don't know what somebody's doing.
Well, I'm trying to talk, but you guys keep talking over me. I was going to say, Duhati, have you tried pressing and holding the link?
Yes, and it gives me a couple options. It'll let me either try to open it in Safari, or it'll let me try to open it in the Google Hangout app. But it's still the same. It doesn't work until I log in on the PC first.
Okay, just trying to.
I've never tried it on my phone, so I couldn't really tell you how to do it. I've wanted to, but usually I'm at work, so I can't do it anyway.
I've done Hangouts on my phone just fine.
I've seen
but
Dirk do it while doing fucking burnouts, so I mean I know it's possible.
Yeah, here's the thing. I and Girk have Android phones, and Google kind of tends to like Android a bit more because it's made by Google.
Yep, understand.
I don't know.
That's why.
Plus,
yeah, I know.
So I'm on the enemy team.
That's why I said it is the iOS itself. It is Apple's.
Well, a new version came out.
They don't like third-party soft. I know, but they don't like
Flash.
third-party software. They don't like Flash. If it's not made by Apple, they don't like it because it's not uniform. It's not
They can't control
elitist.
it.
Yeah.
So what if I jailbreak my phone?
Wouldn't help.
It still wouldn't help.
Okay.
There's a Google Hangouts app for iPhone, so I mean, it's just a matter of them perfecting it.
Yeah, I got it.
And the thing about Apple is if they make an application for the phone, they have all the tools to make it work just on any phone they make, period, and on any version of the software. But developers don't have that access.
Some do. Some of the bigger ones do. The paid app ones. The free app ones don't.
Yeah. But we're talking companies with $1 million budgets. We're not talking about
pretty much anyone who sells their app rather than just give it for free. I mean, there's 1,000 to 1 ratio of free apps to paid apps, but the paid ones usually get a better SDK, so I mean they get more access to function.
And I'm not trying to be totally anti-Apple. I know they make good products and that their products work. I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, as far as technology, Google products tend to work better on Android because Android was made by Google.
Do you know how you crush
I
an
totally
anti-iPhone snob, though? Is you have to remind them that if the iPhone never came out, everything that came out after it as a copy of it couldn't have been better. You have to remind them of that. The only phones I've ever owned have been Apple ones, and it's the only Apple products I ever owned because I'm a PC guy. I've been a PC guy since I was a teenager, which is forever and a lifetime ago. But, I mean, the thing is the only reason I picked the iPhone in the first place is I wanted something that was simple. Like, apps and everything, it was just, there it is on the screen, you touch it, you want it. Because I have enough complicated things in my life already. I didn't want my phone to be complicated. I was late to the cellular phone party anyway. I didn't get my first phone until about 12 years ago. So, I mean, most of my friends when I was in high school were getting phones, and they were paying through the nose for them, and I'm like, you guys are idiots. But now, it's like, with the smartphone
I got my
generation,
first cell phone in 2003. So that was a long time ago.
The first time I bought a phone was when the iPhone 3G was new. So whenever that came out is when I bought in, because that's when smartphones actually became relatively affordable. So that's when I bought in, because I thought, okay, you know what? It's obviously getting to a price point where even normal people can get them, so it might be worthwhile having.
Yeah, that's when I jumped on.
Ever since like the mid-90s, my family's always had cell phones, so
Well, I always had a cell phone too, but it was just a little flip phone. But once the iPhone became, available and not extremely expensive, I kind of went to it, and I just don't want to fucking learn another system right now.
See, the thing is I'm half Korean, and everyone keeps asking me why I'm not buying Samsung Galaxy Notes and whatever, because I like the Note. My boss has one, his wife and kids have one. I thought it's pretty neat, but I'm like, I'll just wait for Apple to make something like one. And sure as shit, they made the 6S Plus, and I'm like, there you go, job done. I don't have to
All I
relearn
want to
something.
say is, Sean, I'm not going to go the Samsung route. Why aren't you going the Lucky Gold route?
The what?
LG. Why don't you go
Oh.
the LG route instead?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
LG stands for Lucky Gold. It's
Life's good.
another Korean company.
No, I know it's a Korean company. It's just I don't know. I never really thought about it. I mean, I build custom machines and I use a lot of LG stuff. It's just it never even crossed my mind.
They made good cell phones too. You know,
I'm sure they do.
I-
I mean,
I-
everything else they make's pretty decent.
I
It
mean,
used to
I
be
almost
Philips.
got an LG phone at one point.
LG used to be Philips Electronics, so I mean, it's not like it's unfamiliar territory to me.
It's
Yeah,
totally
I was
virgin
close
territory for you.
I was close to switching a year ago, but I didn't want to learn the whole Android system, and I knew the Apple stuff. So even though I'm a PC,
Wait,
guy,
you don't know
when it
how
comes
to use an
computers,
Android tablet?
I've never played with one.
You've never gone to electronics store or like Best Buy or anything, and you just played with the stuff?
Dude, you can't go into
No.
you just can't go into Best Buy anymore. You're freaking you're dogpiled by 500,000 people trying to sell you something nowadays.
Yeah, I've never been in places like that just to fuck around with new tech.
Once
or
upon a time,
anything.
you can walk into Best Buy and touch and play with everything and not be messed with. Nowadays, you can't even get through the front door with, "Would you like to take a survey?"
What can I help you find?
Yeah.
It's like
They
you
don't
do
do that here in
realize
South
we're in an
Carolina.
open carry state, right? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bother you.
They don't do that in South Carolina. So we're slow to adopt new ways of
You've got
pissing people off.
You've got a woman who has the face of a shark, Nikki Haley. So yeah,
Yeah, you gonna tell her no? I'm not.
I will. I'll get right in her face. I'll be like, "You look like a fucking shark." No. I'll take my handicapped Greg Abbott over her any day. He's got a fucking 454 Casull round chambered in his cane for all I know.
Yeah, but will you take a McAuliffe?
I'm gonna deal with my state, okay? My state's the size of like
Exactly.
a third of the country. I've got my own problems to deal with.
You know, I wouldn't go to Virginia or live in Virginia for, anything. Especially after, that guy got elected.
And no one from Google will ever ask for this code. Your code is 7804889. Again, your code is
No one listened to his code.
No one from Google will ever ask you what that code is.
Right. Your PIN has been successfully changed and shared with everyone.
So, what's going on? I mean, you said you're going to go to the gun show tomorrow, Sean?
Yeah.
Thinking about it, or it's either that or range, right?
I'm going to try to do both because the show is downtown and the range is only like half an hour away from there on the way back home. So I don't know. This is the tricky part. The place where this show is right next door to one of my favorite breweries. And it's usually my habit that I'll go, when I go to the range, I'll do all my shooting first, so my hands are good and sore, then go and grab a nice cold pint to kind of soothe the muscles in my hands. But unfortunately, tomorrow it's show is next to the brewery. So if I go to the show and then stop at the brewery, I can't go to the range. I might have to save it till Sunday.
Well, what if you go to the brewery before you go to the show? Would that just be a mistake?
Yeah, because then I'll just buy everything. Like American
I have a
Express are
question
going to
about
be
the
like,
brewery.
we want to send you to London for free. Why? Because you spent $300,000 yesterday. Like, I did what?
Sean, does the brewery sell like bottles of their stuff?
No, but they did just get a. Well, I guess they have a canning and bottling license now, but originally they didn't. Like you had to only
If
buy.
they have it now, can you just go in there and buy like canned or bottled stuff of their offerings?
No,
'Cause
no, because
what I was
going
gonna say is
they
just
don't bottle.
okay. Well, if they
Well,
don't,
I mean, they don't
well,
bottle
then
them.
you're
You
kinda
can't
fucked.
buy stuff to take home there. Usually what happens is you go in there, the brewery takes up 90% of the facility, but at the very tail end 10% of the building, they have like a bar, and they don't even take cash. Like you walk up to the front, and you hand them money, and they hand you a commemorative glass. I can show you the glass because I've actually got one. I'm actually drinking out of one right now. So what happens is you pay $15, right? And they give you this glass, Eighth Wonder Brewery, and then they give you, I can't reach them now, but they give you 3 bottle caps. And you take the bottle caps, and then you go to the bar, and you can have any drink that they make, any brew that they make. They make like 10 different types of beers. And then you just hand them 1 bottle cap in your glass, they fill it, you drink it, and then you come back, you hand them your glass again and another bottle cap, they rinse it out, pour whatever else you want, you're good to go. So that's how they roll. And then I've just noticed that some of my locals are actually starting to carry their brew, so they are distributing to bars, and they are canning now. I don't know if they're bottling yet, but they are canning.
If they're canning, I'd say just go and get some cans.
It's good stuff. I mean,
I know it's not the same thing as going to the actual place, but remember, you're going to go to the gun show tomorrow, and you want to go to the range. While drinking is nice, but do you really want to take away from the guns?
no, but see, the thing is tomorrow's Saturday, and I have Saturday and Sundays off, so I could go to the show and then end at the brewery because it's right behind this convention center. It's literally the block over. And it's like you don't go do one without the other because you're already there, when in Rome. So it's like you go to the brewery,
Maybe you should go to the range first.
I can't do that because you know the rules of the gun show. The good shit's gone in the first hour most of the time, right? So if I'm going to the show, I'm going to be awake at 7 in the morning. I'm going to be on the road in 30 minutes, and I'm going to be there when the doors open. The range don't open until an hour after the show starts. Which, if I went to the range first, it'd be 2 hours after the show starts, and all the good shit's gone.
Tough times, tough times.
The struggle is real.
I know.
I told you about the custom one. Well, I don't know if it's a one-off, but it was a custom 454 revolver. I forgot the name now because I've had 4 of these already. But the first manufacturer of the 454 Casull revolver. Do you know it?
No idea.
It's a huge manufacturer too.
Freedom Arms.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that. There was a custom Freedom Arms 454 Casull revolver last week. It had, I swear to God, a 14-inch barrel, and it looked like it was made out of just, I don't know, fucking 3-inch thick pipe. It was monstrous, and it was ported. It was beautiful, and I don't know. If I see that tomorrow, I'm gonna have a moment of weakness, because like the first time I saw it, this guy, he has the coolest wheel guns ever, all the time. And every time I go up to his booth, this dude is like, he reminds me of Dave Chappelle doing his Rick James impression. That's what the guy looks like, and that's what he sounds like. But he knows his guns, and he knows his wheel guns. And he was like, so what can I get you today, my young brother? And I'm just like, what do you got in a big board? And he's like, I got exactly what you looking for. And he just pulled this Freedom Arms gun out, and I'm just like, holy shit. Because I was in the market last week for a 6-inch Super Blackhawk, 44 mag. I ended up finding an 8 3/4 inch Super Blackhawk, so I kind of passed on it. But then he pulled out this Freedom Arms with literally the Joker's barrel on the end of it. And he was like, here you go. The damn thing weighed 9 pounds. It was ridiculous. But
Yeah,
I
I
felt like
haven't-
I had to have it.
I haven't done the gun show thing out here yet. I'm afraid. I'm one of those types that I'd have to just put a certain amount of cash in my pocket and be like, that's it. I mean, you make that work because there's probably too much to.
See, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't have cash in my pocket because it'll burn a hole in my pocket. So I just go with a list in my head. And if it ain't there, I'm not buying. But I'll allow myself to have 3 wild cards. And usually they're things that aren't going to be there. Like one time I went in there dead set. I'm like, if there ain't a Beretta 950 Jetfire there in one of my wild cards, I ain't buying. And sure as shit, there was one there. And I still walked because it was in really bad shape.
Yeah,
See, there's trigger discipline, and then there's purchase. Purchase discipline's the kind that makes you go, I can justify this somehow. And I can't take my friends. I can't take my friends to gun shows.
They
Because
just talk you into things.
Not exactly. You see, they try to talk me out of it, right? But because they're there as like a personal soundboard that I've known for 20 years, I can give them a reason why I should buy it. And then they agree. So it's like they're enablers. You know? the second time, because I've done 2 of these now, the second time I went and bought my 454 Casull Super Alaskan, or sorry, Super Red Hawk, Ruger Super Red Hawk Alaskan. I went in there, and I was telling them about the first time I bought one, and I said, if I ever see another one, I'd probably be tempted to buy it. And they're like, why do you need something that big? And I'm like, it's hard to explain, but if you've ever been in bear country, it's very comforting. And we were walking up and down the aisles, and sure as shit, bam, there was one right there. I walked up to it, grabbed it, held it, and I'm like, look at this thing. And I was talking to them about it, and they're like, really? 454 Casull, 2.5-inch barrel? He's like, are you just asking for pain? I'm like, no, it's really not that bad. You get used to it. I was like, don't be a pussy. Just fucking hold it. And they'd grab it, and they're like, wow, this is heavy. This feels really nice. And then the guy would come up to me, and he's like, can I help you? And I'm like, nope, you can just give me the paperwork. And then my friends are looking at me like, really? You're going to buy it? And they're like, give me one reason why you need this. And I looked at them, not even blinking. I was like, because assholes come in all sizes. And as soon as I said that, they just both looked at me like a light bulb went off in their head, and they're like, enjoy. And they just walked off.
Like, touche, my friend.
Yeah. And the guy that was selling it to me just busted out laughing. He's like, what's the biggest guy that you've ever had to worry about? And I was like, 6'6" and 350. And he's like, yeah, this will work.
I would hate to say that, it's a little overkill, but then, then I remember it's not.
Well, no, that's the thing, you see. The first one I had, I never had to use, right? But every time I went to Alaska, I had it with me, and it was always comforting knowing if I needed it, I would have it. The day before the second time I went there, the guy I was staying with, every morning I would get up, and I would come out. This is back when I smoked. I came out, and I stood on his front porch, and I'd have a cigarette. And every morning I would see the same elk. I guess it was an elk. It was either an elk or the biggest deer in the world, but I'm pretty sure it was an elk. It was grazing. No, I know the difference between an elk and a moose.
Oh, okay.
So this thing was grazing, and
Thank God.
on the last day that I was getting ready to leave, I did the same routine. I walked out, I was getting ready to smoke a cigarette, and sure as shit, the elk wasn't there. It was on the hood of this guy's truck, and there was a bear eating it.
No shit.
And I'm just standing there holding my cigarette, and then the guy walks out, and he's like, what's going on? I'm like, there's a bear eating that elk. And he's like, where's your Casull? And I'm like, it's over on my bed. He walked into my room that I was staying in, grabbed it, came out, shot one shot in the air, and that thing took off. And I looked at him, I'm like, you know what? You probably need this more than I do. So I just signed him like a bill of sale, and I sold it to him for $1, and I let him have it.
Mm.
And I came back to Texas, and a couple months later I bought the second one. and I've never had to use it. I took it back up to Denali twice with the new one. And it was funny too because it was like I went to this dude's place and he's like, "Hey, what's going on, dude?" And I was like, "Look, twins!" And he pulled out his, but we never had to use it. And then the third year I went back after that, I had my 500 Magnum. So I came back, and he's like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" He's like, "You got your twin?" I'm like, "Sorry, dude, I had to one-up you." And I call that my Fate of Destiny gun because it's because of her I bought it.
So what do you do when you go to Denali?
I actually, the first time I went, I was going to spend a week there, just vacationing, you know, hang out, see the sights, take a couple of plane tours up north into like the bush, I guess you would call it, the tundra, and then just take a lot of pictures. The first year I went, I was actually scouting for a cruise that I was going to pay to take my mom and dad on because, you know, they need a vacation. They're old. My dad's 81, my mom's like 66 or something, and they haven't been on vacation in a long time. So I thought, you know what, this would be really nice. It's cool, crisp, clean air. It's the last frontier, literally. I mean, it's beautiful country. And so the first time I went was just to check things out. And then I realized one of my friends lived up there, and I'm like, "So what do you do up here?" And he says, "Well, next year when you come up here," he's like, "just come by and stop by my place." So I went up there, and he lives next to a resort in Denali that's a hotel/bar, and it's 2 hours away from the airport. And it's only like 25 miles, but it's 2 hours to do that 25 miles because it's going through trails and mountains. And he has a four-wheel drive Quigley conversion van to get people from the airport to the resort because the roads are that, like, just fucked up.
That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, so I went up there, and I'm like, this is really cool. You know, it's like sort of out in the bush, but it's got modern amenities, and it's pretty nice, and the bar's really cool, and there's people from all over the world. It's like I probably slept with the Baskin-Robbins of women from, like, Ireland, Scotland, Japan, Russia. I mean, everyone comes there, so I'm like, cool, you know, I have things to do. So he would, like, fly in entertainment. He'd have this bar, and then, you know, I was only going to stay for a week, and he goes, "If you got nothing better to do," he says, "I could use a driver for a while." So I stayed for a month and a half driving people back and forth from the airport. I made damn good money. I made almost in 6 weeks there in tips in what I almost make in 6 months here at my day job. Just
That's
because,
really not
you know,
a bad way to go explore a different part of the area.
Yeah, but the thing is living expenses up there are a bit pricey. Like, a pack of cigarettes was like $12.
Well, and you work all year just to put aside what you need to get you through the winter.
Oh yeah, I mean, those crab fishermen, they're way ahead of the curve. I mean, they just come seasonally just to make the money, and then they're the fuck out of there, you know. But it's gorgeous country. Like, I wouldn't mind if the U.S. Coast Guard Reserve ever called me up. You know, I told them, I'm like, "You send me to fucking Kodiak." And they're like, "Really? Nobody ever volunteers for that." I'm like, "You can send me there. I'll stand first in line." So I'm on their list. They're like, "If we ever need you, we'll send you up there." I'm like, "Cool." Works for me.
Wait, you were in the Coast Guard?
No, I applied for Coast Guard Reserve, and they want to send me somewhere, and they're like, "Well, we don't actually have any needs." They almost never have any needs. And I'm like, "Well, if you ever need me," I was like, "I'll go up there." I'm like, "Sure, you sure?" Like, nobody ever wants that. They always want to do, like, you know, Hawaii and Miami and fucking Galveston where you are. And I'm like, "Nope, send me up there." I already did their I did their equivalent of an ASVAB test and everything, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll take you."
You'll go up to Alaska. Nobody ever wants to go to Alaska. What the hell?
Well, that's because no one who ever wants to go up there has never been there.
Alaska, dude, that's still someplace I gotta go and explore.
That place is like it's practically its own country because
It basically is.
Yeah, if you go to the capital, right? If you go to freaking Juneau and you work your way down that part of the coast, it's actually really far south. I mean, it's it's the northwestern coast of Canada. So I mean, there's a certain climate there. And then even up to Kodiak, I mean, they get up into the 70s, maybe into the 80s sometimes on a couple of good days. But most of the populated places are all on the southern coast of the Aleutian Islands, so that's not so bad. It's when you get up, I don't know, halfway to Nome, that's when there's like almost nothing out there. But I mean, people live out there. I mean, everything's done with like pontoon boats, or not pontoon, sorry, float planes and whatever. The taxi cabs out there are practically float planes,
Oh yeah, they gotta be.
Yeah. That's what I loved about that place, though, because it's like, I always tell them, someday I said, I'm going to have a PBY Catalina, and I want to be the first charter flying fishing boat. And they were like, oh, you'd love it up here. And I'm like, why is that? And he's like, because everything's on float planes out here.
That's their main way of getting around.
Yeah.
Either through the water or in the air, because the place is so big, like you say. And my mom has, or one of her, or the job she works at, they have places all over up in Alaska, and she has to go up there once a year. Anyways, one of her friends who she works with, his daughter went up there and was doing the whole hiking thing, and fucking got attacked by a bear and had to be flown home and all that stuff.
I've only had to shoot at a bear one time, thankfully. Like, usually when I go up there, if I'm doing fishing or whatnot, I see them, but they don't come near you. Like, I don't want to say they're as afraid of you as you are of them. They might be curious because you're in their space or whatever. But
they're mutual
Ain't afraid of
respect.
shit.
yeah, I mean, it's like, the thing is they're there, you're there. They don't know what you are. Most of them don't want to find out. They just, if you don't smell like food, or if you don't carry food on you and you're just fishing or whatever, they usually don't bother you. But one time, I had one come up to me, and it was like, I wouldn't say it was charging at me, but it was coming at me. I'm standing knee deep in a river, and this thing's coming at me, and I'm looking at it, and it's still coming, and I grab my 500 because I got it on a chest rig, and I pop one round in the air, and instead of running away, it's starting to running at me. So 3 rounds later, there's a bear 15 yards from my feet, and I've got fucking wet shorts because I didn't think that was going to stop coming at me. Thankfully, you're in a river, though, so you just sit down and just wash the piss out of your shorts. Not even going to deny the fear was there. That scared the shit out of me. It didn't stop until I hit him in the throat.
Literally.
Like, I hit it in the shoulder, and I'm sure I hit it probably somewhere in the leg, and then the third one went right through its neck, and that's when it dropped, and I'm just like, fuck.
All right, I'm gonna head out for a bit. I'll be back later.
All
Yeah,
right,
come
man.
back with dinner, damn it. I haven't eaten yet.
Nice try.
Don't come back just talking about dinner. You're just
Yeah.
gonna make the rest of us hungry.
I've been drinking liquid dinner for the last 3 hours, so come back with something substantial.
No.
We hungry.
You got a kitchen. You got food. You got 2 hands.
That's work. Cooking's work. I'm done working for the week.
All right, I'll be back later.
All right, man.
Take care. Now I get to open a bottle. Flippy is awfully quiet today. I wonder if he went shooting.
He was here earlier.
He's still here now, but he's still quiet.
He's fondling his 360 PD. I mean, honestly, for a first wheel gun, he did well. He did very well.
And he worked that out with the fellow member, did you not?
Yeah, I think he traded with Gerg, so that worked out really good.
Yep, that's cool.
I take solace in the fact that he has good taste in wheel guns, even though that was his first one.
He's still got time to prove you wrong, though.
Yeah, he's got plenty of other shit wrong with him, right? That's a
I
good
didn't
one.
say that. You said it.
Basically, the way I look at it, if you look at the progression of Smith & Wesson guns, okay, I think my Night Guard came first, but if you look at the styles of them, Island Z's TRR-8 is the bigger one. My 327 Night Guard is like the carryable version of that. And then the 360 PD is like the miniature version of my Night Guard. It's still Scandium frame, but I think it's a J frame. It's 6-shot. It's got a nice fiber optic sight and decent grips on it. I mean, I'm thinking about getting one. I just want to complete the set. They're like Pokemons.
Addictive, huh? Get that wheel gun fever.
I'm trying to not get all of them, you know? It's like my first wheel. I'll show you my first wheel gun. I'm proud of my first wheel gun. I love my first wheel gun. Gotta take it out of the box real quick. I took the optics off of it and everything, so bear with me. This is in stock format. Unload it real quick too. This is my baby. I sold a car for this gun. I sold a BMW for this gun.
Holy.
Alright. Bam.
Here a second. Nice.
Smith & Wesson 629 Competitor. Performance Center.
What's the caliber on that?
44 Magnum.
44 Magnum.
And I put the X-frame grip on it. See, covered backstrap.
You probably need that on the 44 Mag.
Well, I mean, the original grip that
Maybe
came
not
with
need,
it,
but appreciate.
the original grip that came. I hear you fishing for beer bottles back there.
Reloading.
See,
Reloading.
the first one, it had the uncovered backstrap, so the shape is the same. Oh, there you go. Shape is the same, but it's a lot thinner in the hand. So I kept it because I mean there's nothing wrong with it. It's just I like the squishiness of the X-frame grip, and it makes it a much more pleasurable gun to shoot. You know, I could put like 200 rounds through with the N-frame grip. I put the X-frame grip on there, and I could be at the shot at the range all day. But I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's got the adjustable sights, and I've had 2 optics on it. I've had a 4-power scope, and I put a
How did you like that?
the scope.
Scoped up, yeah.
I took my first hog with the scope, and
Okay.
I don't have a complaint about it. The only thing was the scope stuck out ½ an inch longer than the end of the barrel. So lead residue would get underneath the bottom of the scope, and it was a bitch to clean because it's got this weaver rail up here.
Yeah. What about just the blast from the barrel? Wouldn't that fuck with your objective?
No, everything was fine. Like after it went off and everything, you know, the bullet's gone. So, you know, the only thing I had to deal with was lead residue on the underside of the scope that it stuck out about this far. But you can take the adjustable sight off up here and put a different rail on there, and it'll move the scope back. But I figured, you know what? it's already got the Weaver rail on top. Why would I want to put another rail on a gun that already has one? That seems counterproductive. So instead, I took that off, and then I ended up, here, I still got it over here. You stay there.
You are a true wheel gun guy, huh?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
So then, take this cover off. I put this on there.
Hang on, I
It's
got
a simple red
got you.
dot.
Yep.
It's got a red dot. Actually, this has it has 4 different reticles, and it does red and green. And I put that on there for a little while, but I kept getting funny looks at the range, like, oh, what a poser, you had to put a red dot on your fucking revolver. So I took it off.
Oh.
Like, the only thing I think I would do to this otherwise is I'll probably take this original, this is a funky sight anyway, but I'm going to take the front sight off. I'll probably put a fiber optic one on there, but the back one's perfectly fine, so I'll just leave that on there.
Hmm.
That's my first wheel gun. This is my baby. But I sold a car for this. Oh, and you can tell by the front profile, it's kind of weird, right?
It's got a different angle to it, doesn't it?
Here, see it now? So the barrel's on top, and the thing on the bottom here is an Allen. There's an Allen hole here. You take this off, and it's got 6 removable steel weights in the bottom. You can tune the barrel to how you can mitigate your own recoil. I like my guns heavy, so I leave all the weights in there.
Yeah, and you can kind of and if you're a reloader, you can tune it per load, right?
Yeah, it's just I prefer to leave this as heavy as possible because I shoot ridiculously heavy loads anyway. So, like, if I decide to shoot like 400 grain bullets,
Well, plus 44 meg, even at its lightest, ain't no wimp either.
no, it's got some kick to it. I tend to, when I bring this to the range, I'll usually take like 200 rounds of 44 Magnum with me, and I'll take 200 rounds of 44 Specials that I hand load, just in case, because it's like every time I bring this gun out, everybody wants to see it, because, you know, I'm standing in a lane, and all of a sudden a fireball comes out, and there's a huge noise, and like the girl holding a 380 next to me jumps into the freaking wall, and goes, what the hell is that? So, like, everybody wants to have a go, so I'll always bring a couple of 44 Specials, or like usually 200 rounds, and then I'll let everyone have a go with that. Which, even 44 Special, it has a hell of a lot more kick than 38, so, or 357. And then, since I'm here, let me unload this real quick. I don't know if you saw that, but this, well, here, I'll give you something for size comparison. I love doing this. People freak out when they see this shit, too. Alright, so this.
Are you frozen, or are you just playing peekaboo behind the chair?
No, it's just my camera's pointed down. But
oh, okay.
See, this is a 380.
Hang on, I think my screen's frozen.
Let me know when you're ready.
I got you.
Alright. So this is a 380. 94 green, I think.
Mm.
This is what I call lead lipstick.
That's a little different.
Yeah. So here's
Just
size comparison. Yeah.
How many grains is that? 44 meg?
So this is a, let's see, this is a 94 grain full metal jacket.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 535 grain Ranger Rick. Big. Sorry if I'm moving around a lot. I've been drinking a bit.
That's all good. Ranger Rick.
Yeah, it's the guy who originally invented these. But that's what I shot 3 of into a bear. That was 650 pounds. But yeah, to give you an idea of scale, let's see.
My best friend's sister was actually shot with her boyfriend's 44 meg.
So I hold 5 of these, right? That's over 1/3 of a pound of lead in my hand.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
And they go in this. Wow. That is a bear. That is a bear right there. And then those are bear paws. This is a M500-4 5-round. X-frame grip, obviously, because it's an X-frame. That thing is monstrous. This is like the Godzilla of LCRs, basically. And I've got the ported attachment for hard cast bullets. And see how it sticks out a little bit here? So for lead cast bullets, the ports go down the sides and out the front here. There's a little hole here on each side.
Now, does it need ports
Yeah,
to
it
shoot
does.
lead cast bolts? Okay.
Well, the ports have to be in different places because if you look here on the top of the barrel, these 6 here, those 3 there and those 3 there, if I put the jacketed bullet compensator on there, it actually stops flush here, like this part's gone. And then this is solid, and then the holes, they actually use the holes up top. There. So it changes the porting angle, I guess. But I guess the other reason they do this is because most of your lead cast bullets can be heavier than most full metal jackets. My full metal jacket rounds that I load are Rainier 335 grain, I think. Stop real quick. Yeah. Oh no, this is not. These are Magtech featherweights for someone dumb enough to want to try to shoot my 500 that never shot anything big before. That is the 335 grain Rainiers that I hand load. They're big. They're flat nosed. I got a good deal on these.
People can call me a puss all they want, but I don't. God, those 500s and 44 mags. I mean, yeah, there's something about shooting them and knowing the power, but comes to fun, I don't really think of them as fun.
It's fun for me because it's really funny too. Because before I got into shooting, somebody actually. The first time I went out to the range, someone thought it would be cute, and they gave me a 44 Magnum, and the recoil was stout, to say the least, because he had wooden grips. And that was probably, it was before I was 20, so I wasn't really thrilled about shooting afterwards.
Yeah, that's not a very good introduction to...
But when I started shooting like 380s and 9s and shit, I was like, you know what? This is kind of wimpy. It doesn't feel like it's supposed to. So I took a liking to big bores, and now that's pretty much all I've got. You know, I've got a couple of 9s, and I've got... Oh, I'll show you my weirdo gun, I guess. I actually do like this because of how I got it. I traded a gun barrel for this gun. Alright, so. Want to hazard a guess what's in this holster?
Oh, Jesus.
It's kind of weird, I know. Here,
looks like an old army thing, I don't know.
Oh, it's old. It's definitely old. Smells like shit, too.
Yeah,
anybody in lobby chat want to take a guess what's in here?
The got revolver.
Oh, who said that?
The hairy ape on the end.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, in here, M1895 Nagant revolver, exactly.
Nice.
And I traded a gun barrel for this because the guy made the offer. I'm like, fuck it. This one's made in 1933. I tried to get one as close to my dad's birth year as possible. I wanted to get a 35, but he didn't have one at the time. It's gate loader. I probably have to get closer. I don't know how it looks on the camera, but it's a gate loader, like that. And the ejector's garbage on these. The coolest part is 7-round.
Single action only, so you...
Oh no, this is an officer's model. This is single and double.
Okay, but so you said it has that loading gate. Do you have to open that loading gate and punch out each round? Or
Yes.
does the cylinder come out?
Well, I got the cylinder out, but you can use that. There's a ejector
Gotcha.
here.
Yep.
It's not very good. But here's the best part. When I show people the bullets, they think I already shot them. There's nothing really sticking out.
Hang on,
Because the rounds are inside. See how they're inset like that?
Oh, it's... Wow.
The reason they do that, which, okay, history lesson for those of you who don't know what how a Nagant works. Let me put this back together real quick. Yes, I emptied the cylinder. This is always finicky. Oh, that went back together pretty easy. Okay. So, let me open this up so I can do what it looks like. All right. So, right now, you can see there's a cylinder gap here. Move my finger. See the gap?
Right.
When I cock the hammer, it's going to rotate and it's going to push forward. See how it's in there now? Cylinder actually pushes in.
Oh, yep, I do see how it...
So what it does is it forces the cylinder into the forcing cone. And the reason it does that is so it creates what, well, the Russians think is a gas seal. And it gives you a little bit extra FPS. So these little...
And it seals at the case rim?
It seals it seals the cylinder against the forcing cone, and then the casing, was it obturates? I can't remember the word, but it forms to the forcing cone.
Got it. Okay.
And it gives you like 150 extra feet per second, which for such an anemic round, this is 7.62 by 38. 1 millimeter shorter than the rifle round everyone knows. And it's an anemic round, to say the least. But I thought I got a good deal. I actually traded a 1911 barrel for this gun with the holster and the cleaning kit and everything. And he threw in 6 boxes of Russian surplus ammo, which is actually shaped slightly different. The one I showed you was actually PPU remakes. But the original Russian service ammo, it has a taper on the end instead of the crimp, but it's essentially the same type of bullet. I don't know what the grain weight is because I can't reload those. There's somebody has a kit out there. You take 3 different reloading kits or die sets from different Lee calibers. You can reload it, but this stuff's so cheap that I don't even bother with it. What's up, Pink?
Hey, hey.
Did you get to see some of my wheel gun showcase?
Yeah, it was kind of choppy, so I jumped in to see if that cleared it up.
It's a crappy camera. I think it's built into my monitor. It's only 2 megapixel. I forgot I even had it.
Yeah, I heard you say Nagant pistol, and that's what made me jump in. I was like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta see this.
Yeah, I mean, it's in great shape. I mean, it's practically unissued. I deciphered all the markings on it. It is a 33 build date. It did see service, and it got a Russian refurbishment in I think 1951. There's a proof mark with a date, or the proof mark corresponds with a date. I think it's 51, but it looks like it was issued twice. And I mean, it was in really clean shape. I mean, the bore was like mirror finished, so. When the guy brought it to me, he had like 7 guns to choose from. And I told him, I was like, give me the closest to 35 you can get. So he's like, I got a 33. I took it.
Well, you got a pretty extensive collection there, dude.
Well, that's not even it.
I know, I'm sure. That's only the little bit of show and tell today.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get into a bit more when we do our big bore chat on Sunday. I think the only big bore I didn't show off was my Alaskan. It's on the floor, but that was like my pride and joy for a while until I got the 500.
Yeah, where were you like last Sunday?
What was I doing?
At work or something?
No, I can't remember. I went to a show on Saturday, but I can't remember what I was doing on Sunday. I missed it though. Oh no! I was there. I was just in the chat part of it, like the typing part, the lobby part of it. All right, hang on a sec. I gotta go sort out dinner.
Right on. How you doing, Pink?
Last night of vacation, so
Ah,
It's gonna suck after tonight.
shit gets real after tonight, huh?
Yeah, you could say that.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, Knives?
What up, Mr. Knives? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Still sleepy from last night, though.
What were you on? Yapping all night?
Nah, I left after pink.
Yeah, I cut out pretty early last night.
Yeah, I left, got I think 2 hours of sleep, and then got a phone call and got right back up. So
Yeah, I cut out last night just to go actually get some sleep because I haven't been doing much of that.
All right, what did I miss?
how I'm being lazy today.
Yeah, you didn't miss much at all.
Hey, Sean.
Huh?
My dad walked by when you were showing off your revolver. My dad told me, what did you gonna do with that? Shoot the moon?
The well, the big one.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, well, at least 3 times a year, I take it to my local range, and it's a test of patience because I'll bring it there, and everyone's out there, and there's usually young women, or there's old folks, or there's just novice shooters. Every once in a while, you get a cop out there who's trying to just keep up and keep fresh on his skills or whatnot, and I take it out and I put it down on the table, and I'll usually take like my Berettas or my 327 or my 686, and I'll just have a day of it, right? And I'm trying to wait for an interval when things are quiet till I bring out like my 454 or my 500 because I know what's going to happen. If I try to shoot that in the middle of them shooting, I scare them. I spook them. The fireball jolts them. The recoil and the noise scares them. The first time I shot my 500, my nose bled. The concussion coming off of it made my nose bleed. And it was like the friend that I went to the range with was scared. He looked at my nose bleeding. He was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And all I could sit there, I could just giggle like a schoolgirl. I was like, "That was cool. Let's keep going," And they're like, "Yeah, something's wrong with you."
Sean, accept the invite, damn it.
Oh, are you playing?
Yeah, I just logged on, and I have
sorry.
a beer, so I'm good.
Okay. Well, give me a minute. I'm telling a story. So,
Where's dinner, man?
there ain't gonna be dinner.
I'm drinking it.
I'm drinking my dinner. Yeah, I'm on.
We all have to think.
I'm on the second
Three
six-pack
of us
already.
are at least.
I'm on my second 6-pack of Oktoberfest. So, here's to you guys. But yeah, I usually wait for a quiet spot and then go shooting. Because the last time I took my 500 out, there was these 2 very nice young black girls, and they were shooting a Mossberg 500, and you could tell that they were probably just playing around. Like maybe they even rented it, as far as I know. But they shot and they giggled and they talked about it. They were enamored by the recoil off of it, and they were talking more than they were shooting. And during a long pause while they were talking, I grabbed my 500, I put the 335s in it, and I changed the brake on it, and I take one shot, and I could see the flash, I could see the ring, and I could feel the impact of the partition between my booth and the one next to me when the girl jumped into the wall, freaking out from the noise. And I put the gun down and I turn around, and they're both standing there looking at me like, what the fuck was that? And just naturally, I'm pointing down at the table. I'm like, it's this. And naturally, all the range officers come in because they're wondering why people are standing around the booth. And I'm like, sorry, I'm shooting my 500 today. And then obviously the next question is, can we have a go with that? And you can't say no, you know? It's impolite. And I'm a reloader, so it's not like I don't have 200 rounds with me of 500.
You just gotta prepare them for it.
Right. So the first thing I usually ask people is, what's the biggest caliber you shot? You know, the range officers, they're shooting 454s and 44s, you know, because they have them as rental guns. And I'm like, I don't even ask them. I'm like, okay, here you go. Usually what I ask them is, do you want a full house round or a featherweight? Naturally, they all say they want a full house round, so I put a featherweight in there. They shoot that, and they're like, holy shit.
You just give them one round, though, right?
Usually with the range officers, I'll give them a full cylinder. Because the ranges I go to, I go to 4 ranges, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm just well known because I'm a regular there. So a lot of times, if I just let them have a go, I get to break some of the rules. Like, for instance, my favorite indoor range has a caliber cap at 45, but they let me shoot my 454, they let me shoot my 500, because they're afraid that the noise and the flash and the recoil will spook other shooters. So what I usually do out of courtesy is I'll either come early in the morning before most people show up, or I'll get there like an hour before they close. And then when they close, they let me shoot for an hour, you know, after everyone's gone. And obviously they all get a go at it too. So it's like, I'm not unwilling to work with them because they're really nice people, you know. And matter of fact, one of the ranges I go to, I bought 2 guns from them. I bought my 686 and I bought my subcompact Beretta, the one that I showed you with the flashlight on it. This was actually their rental gun, and I bought it from them. So they sell their rental guns every year. So I saw that. They were the only one in town that had a subcompact at the time, and they gave me a really great deal on it. So, you know.
And it's also cool when you have those relationships with different ranges where they know you're the type of guy who will let somebody else, you know, come over and investigate, you know, what you're doing and what you're shooting, and you'll take the time.
Matter of fact, I sold one of the range officers my PPK. It was a young guy. It was only his like first week there, but he saw it and he was like, "Oh, I wish I could have one of those." And I said, "If you really want it, I'll make you a deal." So I sold it to him. And then with the money he gave me, I just took that amount off the 686 that they had in the display, and I think I paid like $150 for a 686. So it all worked out great. But yeah, usually they get a full cylinder, and every once in a while I'll come there and they're like, "Hey, we got this new rental gun. You want to try it?" And they'll just bring it to my booth with like a box of rounds, and they're like, "Go ahead, have at it." You know, like my dad's 80th birthday last year, I took him up there. And they did that. They were like, "We've got a Thompson submachine gun." And I'm like, "Really?" I was like, "My dad used to have one of those." And he's like, "Would your dad like to shoot it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would." So, like, my dad's sitting there popping rounds with his little police service 6, and all of a sudden they tap him on the shoulder, like, "Excuse me, sir." And he's like, "Yes." I'm like, "We would like to thank you for your service, and we'd like you to shoot this." And they hand him a fucking Thompson with a drum full of 45 ACP. And they're like, "Have at it." And
I bet he thought it was Christmas.
Wouldn't you know that son of a bitch emptied that drum, and they didn't have any rounds left for me. But yeah, he loved it. He was like, I get to finally play with my Chicago typewriter. He's like, "Brap." And then I looked at him like, "What about me?" And he's like, "What about you?"
You'll have another chance one day, son. Today was mine.
It's okay, man. Like, I like the Thompson for what it is, but I got to admire the people who actually had to carry those. Those things are fucking heavy. And I mean, I've shot freaking BARs, and I mean, obviously those are heavy too, but you know, I just got to pop off a couple of mags and hand it back to the guy that owned it. I mean, imagine the guys who had to carry Thompsons for days and weeks and months. That's a lot of steel. Oh, you're waiting for me to pick a tier, aren't you? I'm so
No, we're
sorry.
going 4.
All right, go ahead. You got the button.
I'm modifying my Wyoming, so hopefully it takes less time. I doubt it. I'm messing with all those flags.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it'll tell you what each one does, so.
You've been playing World of Warships?
Yeah.
In fact, we are.
Heavy comes on in about an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little less.
I will be there.
If he does it tonight.
It's his week.
Am I supposed to press battle or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The thing at the top in the middle.
Yeah, I've never done it as an actual division leader.
Yeah, maybe I will go to the range tomorrow and take my 2 Berettas out.
So with you guys playing Battleship, what are your thoughts on us having to fire flares and shoot warning shots at the Iranians in the past couple of days?
You know, do we have to?
So I shot the new revolver today.
There's a Flippy. I recognize that
Oh,
voice.
oh God, there's Flippy. Save us, please.
Oh, you don't want to go there? Okay, no problem. Flippy, what's up?
Shot the new revolver today and learned that Arms Core ammo is literally actual garbage. Like, it is made of garbage.
I'm still waiting for you to talk about how 357 rounds through such a small, light pistol are.
Ah, it wasn't that bad. Like, everyone's like, oh my God, it's going to break your small, fragile hands.
Nah.
My small, fragile hands sting a little, but it's not like a big deal.
Those grips on the 360s are actually pretty decent. I mean, the only thing I can really compare it to, because I don't have a 360, I like it. I think you made a great choice. But, I mean, the only thing that I can compare it to is the LCR 357 on a head, and that was painful. You know, when people ask me what's it like to shoot 357s through that gun, I told them, I'm like, well, it's not like petting puppies or anything. That shit hurts after about 30 rounds. But, yeah, when I carried that, it was 38 plus Ps. I mean, for just daily use.
Yeah, I'm going to carry 357 Magnums through it because it's not a big deal. But I will say again that I did make a terrible choice.
Arms Core ammo?
Dude, I had not 1, but 2 light primer strikes on those.
Wait a
And then-
minute. Are you sure it's the ammo or not the gun?
Oh
Because
no, it's 100% the ammo. And then after that, I had 2 instances where the fucking bullets, while being fired with the recoil of the gun or whatever, the bullet itself popped out through the cylinder and got stuck and jammed up the gun.
I did jump the crimp.
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty.
That stuff. I was like, this stuff is literally the fucking worst.
Now, to be fair, though, one thing that you're going to have to learn about that gun is you're going to have to take the grips off every once in a while. And on the front strap, there's going to be a screw. Make sure that doesn't back out. Make sure it's good and tight because that pushes on the mainspring. Because even my 44 mag, no matter what ammo I feed through it, as soon as I start to get light primer strikes, that screw backed out. So you have to take that off every once in a while and make sure that's pushed in there. It's just kind of par for the course. There's a mainspring tension screw. Like when you take the grip off, it's usually at the very bottom of the front strap.
Yeah, I don't see any screws in it.
Yours doesn't have one?
Nope.
Like, there's screws to remove the side panel to get to the trigger mechanism, but
No,
there's no other
you
screws.
have to take the rubber grip
Yeah,
off
no, I
first.
took the rubber grip off. There's no screw.
Oh, no shit. That's kind of weird.
J frames use coil springs, and that's
Yeah, I was going to say, does yours
so
have
it's
that
more
coil
like
spring
the-
on it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's different then. Sorry. It's just usually, that's what when people usually tell me about light primer strikes with Smiths, that's the first thing I ask them. I'm like, did you check that? I'll show you a picture, or I'll show you what I'm talking about, because mine is notorious for this shit.
Well, I mean, that ammo is just, I'm never buying that shit again. Like,
It's made
I
in the
put,
Philippines, I mean.
dude, I would assume the Filipinos can Like, they make ladyboys all day long. I assume they could make at least one bullet.
That's Thailand.
That's all the same. Because, like, I had light primer strikes on my fucking, like,
I'm so gonna
MP5
more
on their
shit
9mm bullets.
Alright, I'm wrestling the grip off right now.
Also, I can't shoot a revolver to save my life.
It takes a little practice because the bore axis is completely different.
Like,
Alright, Flippy, look
I
here.
don't know. What am I fucking looking at? Like,
So you don't have one of these?
No.
See? Like I took the grip off and there's a screw here.
Nope. It's
Okay, so you got
just
the little
like
coil
a-
spring in here?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, yours is different. That's just shit ammo.
Yep. Also, what the fuck am I aiming? Like, how do I do that? Because I couldn't hit whatever I was wanting to hit with this thing.
Alright, so what are you used to shooting? Like, do you shoot Glocks, or do you shoot Smiths, or do you shoot Berettas?
I shoot Glocks and I shoot
Okay.
H&K.
Alright, so Glock, cup and ball, right?
The fuck does that mean?
The sight
Oh,
picture,
yeah.
cup and ball. Alright, so on a Smith, on your 686, it's just basically line up the 3 dots. That's pretty much all you gotta do. There's no cup. You know, the cup is the sight, but you just draw a straight line across the 3 dots on the back side, or on the front sight and back sight. Because, I mean, you've got that fiber optic front, right?
Yeah.
And then do you have dots on the back one too, or is it just a groove?
It's just a groove.
Okay, so I mean, in that case, you just put the dot right in the center of the groove. There's really nothing to it. Like, just
Okay.
draw a straight line across the middle of it.
Yeah, then I was holding way too fucking hot. Because, like, I kept shooting the fucking little pins off of the goddamn stand, like, over and over again. I was just like, well, at least it groups fucking well, wherever the goddamn it hits.
Is yours got the adjustable rear?
Nope.
Okay, so it's a notch in the frame, and then you've got the fiber optic.
Yeah, I have a notch in the frame and the fiber optic.
Okay, yeah, you just gotta kind of figure out where it prints for you then. But I mean, pretty much you want that green dot right in the middle of the groove. I mean, you probably knew that already.
Are you holding your front sight on the center of the target or at the 6 o'clock on the target?
I'm holding it at, like, the center of the target.
Try holding it at the bottom of the target.
Well, yeah. How far was the target when you shot it?
10 yards.
Oh, yeah, that could be dead on then. Usually, like 25, 6 o'clock hole is what you're gonna want. But 10 yards? That's like point blank.
Here you
Yeah.
go. Here you go, Flippy. See that?
So, like, I was basically faffing around with about 48 rounds trying to, like, get it to go where I wanted it to go. Yeah, I see that.
Could it be 357 Magnum's not as wimpy as you thought?
Nah.
It's got some punch to it.
It wasn't bad. Like, again, my hand stings a little. I guess I'm just not beating it hard enough, but...
Now, what kind of
my
grip or what kind of hold were you using on the gun, Flippy?
I have no idea.
Right now.
The one that Jerry Mikulek was saying to do, that breaks your thumb.
I'm trying.
How did you not see me doing that for like the last 2 minutes?
Were you doing a teacup?
You weren't paying attention.
Nah, I'm doing the one where, like,
We
I
are so gonna
basically
get
have
fucking
my
loaded.
thumb on the back of my
Yep,
other bits,
there it
and
is.
I just wrap my fingers really tightly
Jesus
around my left hand.
Jesus
Or my right hand.
Christ. You got me fucking nuked. Sorry, Night Strike got me killed.
No worries.
He didn't see me turning. And now
But
he's
it
gonna-
taught me a very valuable lesson.
Jesus Christ, you got nuked.
This gun is only ever coming out of my pants when there's some dude on top of me beating my face in, because that's the only hope I'll ever have of actually hitting them.
And Sean, you didn't tell me you were turning. We were firing at the same target.
You mean you can't draw a smiley face at like 3 yards?
No, I can't.
I have no idea. I don't think I could. I was fucking around at 10 yards, and I'm like, I can't hit what I'm aiming at. This is
See,
bad.
you gotta try that.
I'm like, I'm going to die.
The one thing I do every time I go to the range right before I leave is I'll take my 686 out, and I'll put the target at only 3 yards, and I'll shoot a smiley face on the target. Every time. Usually what I'll do is I'll usually take my daily carries, like my Berettas, and my I usually carry my Night Guard. Well, before I got the Berettas, I used to carry the Night Guard for my EDC, and I would, group with that at the range, and then I would play with my big bores for a while, and then I'd just call it a day or whatever. But now what I'll do is I'll fuck around for like the first hour and a half, and then right before I leave, once my hands are good and fatigued, I'll take my EDCs and I'll put 3 new targets up. I'll put a silhouette target up, and then I'll do a 3-yard headshot group, and then I'll do a 7-yard, a 10-yard, and a 25-yard center mass group. Before I call it a day or whatever. So that way I do it when I'm good and tired, because if you know what's coming, if you know an attack is coming or whatever, then you're primed and ready to go, and that's usually almost never. So I try to, get it close to a realistic situation. I'm tired, the day's almost over, whatever.
So what you're saying is I need to take my MP5 with me.
No, I mean,
and just go like
this is
flap,
the first
flap, flap.
time shooting a wheelgun, right? I mean, this is gonna happen, so it's like you just gotta get used to it. It's just unfamiliar territory.
No, I'm saying I need to take my MP5 with me to the range to have fun with that, and then when I'm tired of having fun.
Oh, well, yeah, that's not a bad practice. I mean, just do whatever fatigues you.
Now, are
Hey,
you
fellas,
shooting it
I'm
in
gonna
single
jump out of
action?
here for.
I
Go
shot
ahead,
it in both.
All right, man.
I'm gonna jump out of here
Same,
for
man.
a few and join Heavy's.
Has he
podcast.
started?
Is he got one up?
No, he's getting going in about half hour here.
I'm just waiting for
Hey,
him.
man, see ya.
Right.
You said you did try both?
I
Yep,
got a link for
I
Heavy
was
too.
both. I'll tell you right now, I was just as inaccurate both ways.
By the way, when you took the 360 out, did you take any 38s with you, or did you only do 357?
Dude, I only did 357. I bought a box of like 50 rounds of 357 Magnum, and I'm like, I'm going to go through this box and be a man.
Didn't work
And
out,
then-
did it?
And then I didn't get to go through the box and be a man because of the fucking shitty-ass ammo company.
Typically, what I'll do is when I take my 357s out, because I mean I hand load everything, so usually what I'll do is I'll bring a box of my self-defense ammo, I'll bring 300 rounds of 38, and I'll bring like 200 rounds of 357. And the reason I do that is because I'll shoot the 357 when I first get there, my hand loads, just to group and print and whatever. And then I'll shoot the 38s because they're naturally lighter, powder charge and everything. Same bullet, different casing, lighter charge. But what that makes me do is it makes me compensate for the power difference because it's going to obviously group different. So, it's nice to have variety in your ammo just so you can sort of figure out what certain things are going to do in certain situations. And then I'll take out my self-defense ammo and I'll run, a couple of cylinders of that and try to compare all the differences. Like, I'm one of those geeks like Nut and Fancy where I'll put a target up and I'll group it and I'll write down what ammo I used at what distance and put it down, and then grab the next target and do the same thing with a different ammo. And then at the end of the day, I'll lay them all out and I'll look at them and I can say, okay, well, obviously lighter charge is going to print lower, or heavier charge is going to print higher, or whatever. And self-defense is going to print a certain way. That way, if I ever take it where I need it and I put a certain type of ammo in it, I can sort of mentally prepare myself for how to hold it or how to aim it.
Yeah, I'm just going to jam this into a dude's face and just keep pulling the trigger until he stops doing whatever I want him to stop doing.
If he gets that close, I hate to tell you this, but you're going to get raped.
I'm going to get raped, but whatever. He's also going to have a really bad day. But nah, like I was only able to go through, out of the 50, I was only able to shoot 48 of them because of the 2 that bullets literally just fucking broke in the gun, and like the bullet fell out of the casing.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Like my first My first hand loads were like that because I didn't crimp them tight enough. But if a factory is doing that, that's some shit, man.
And it was fucking like, I'm like, okay. Because it happened once where it was like just a light primer strike. Like, whatever. No big deal. I'll just fucking throw it back in the gun and shoot it again until it fucking pops. That happened twice. There were 2 light primer strikes. And then the fucking bullet lodged into the fucking gun and stopped the cylinder.
You couldn't spin it. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Well, I couldn't even get it out because the bullet actually went pretty fucking far out of the gun.
It happened to me before, too. It's
So,
scary when you do it with a 454 because the only way I could get the cylinder free was I had to take a brass punch and tap the bullet back down the casing.
Yeah, that's what I had to fucking do, is to shove that 357 Magnum bullet back into it just to get the thing out, and then I fucking chucked that bullet down range.
You want
and
to
then
talk
it
about
happened a
pins
second
and
time.
needles?
And I'm like, well...
I'm smashing down on a bullet that has a 65,000 psi pressure. You know, I'm just like, oh, please, don't go off.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. I was like, I'm gonna fucking lose my goddamn hand trying to shove this stupid fucking thing back in.
Please promise me you kept the gun downrange and waited for about 30 seconds to a minute.
Well, usually the ones that jump out are not the ones that got.
No, I'm talking about his light primer strikes.
Oh, I held that gun down. Like, I clicked it, nothing happened. I'm like, alright, I guess it's empty. Then I opened it, and, like, the fucking little primer was in. I'm like, oh, shit.
See, he didn't wait.
So I
He opened
slammed it shut immediately and just sat there for, like, 2 seconds. And I'm like, yeah, nothing's going to happen. So I, like, pulled the trigger again, and it went off.
You know what the worst ones are? This happens to me a lot with my big bores. I'll fire it, and I'll hear... Literally, it sounds just like that with Ear Pro on. And you're like, wait a minute. Did it go off? And what it was is my dumbass didn't put a powder charge in it, and the primer just barely spit the bullet out of the barrel.
Ooh.
Like, I'm sitting there bracing for impact, you know? I've got like a 420 grain bullet in there, and I'm like, this is going to hurt when I pull this. And all of a sudden it just goes... And I'm like, fuck. Wait a little while, pop open the cylinder, and there's no bullet in the casing. But there's no powder burn either. And you're like, okay, mental lapse. It's happened. Strangely enough, it only happens with my 454.
Yeah, so that was fun. Because I had never experienced that with a revolver. I was always just told, like, revolvers never jam. There's no problems with them ever. Like, okay, there's no problem.
Good.
Yeah, there's no problem with this gun. The fucking ammo's garbage, but...
Do you get Freedom ammunition in your area? Like, I live I lived right by a place that sells it. Freedom Munitions is here in Houston, so I can just go get it anytime I want, but do they sell it near you?
I have no idea. I just grabbed literally the cheapest box of ammo for it.
That's the thing. That's the cheapest box, and it's actually really good stuff.
Oh, well, for me, Armscore was the cheapest box at like $20 a box.
For 50?
Yeah, so I was like,
That's
whatever.
highway robbery.
I'm like, whatever. I'll roll with this.
God damn, that's highway robbery.
Well, that's just the way it is in fucking stores. I should probably check Wally World and see what Wally World's at, but like...
Even like fucking Academy, dude, it's like $14 for a box of 50.
Dude, it was fucking Cabela's, and that was the cheapest, was like $20 for a box of 50.
That's why you went to Cabela's.
Yeah, because I went to go pick up snap caps and like fucking speed loaders, which when I went to go pick them up, they're like, it's fucking $30 for a set of snap caps. I'm like, yeah, I'm not fucking paying that. And it's like, for a HKS, it's like $20 for a speed loader. I'm like, I literally saw these 2 items on Amazon for like $7 and fucking $10. I'm not fucking buying these here. But then, you know, bought the fucking box of ammo because I'm dumb. I'm like, I'm not going to stop at a fucking Wally World. I'm just going to pick this up and go to the range.
Oh shit, they're all out. Go figure. I hate Freedom's new website. It's such a pain in the ass to deal with. They're like, oh, we're gonna make this comprehensive with like Flash and everything. It's like, don't fucking mess with what a good thing was.
Nah, fuck Flash.
Yeah, they fucked up their site. Like the last show I went to, I picked up a box of Freedom's 44 Magnum, 240 grain Full Metal Jackets. I think I paid $28 for 50. I mean, they're usually pretty decent about that. And what's really cool is I don't know who's making their brass, but it actually has their head stamp on it too. So it's kind of neat. It says Freedom on your bullet. We're gonna free the shit out of you.
Yeah. Better free the shit out of your fucking wallet.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. I usually just, I used to, now that Amazon's gone all fucking douche, but I used to just buy, Starline brass from Amazon, have it 2-date over to my place, and just load my own. But every once in a while, I'll just go to a gun show, and Freedom's got 50 rounds for like $28, and I'm like, oh, fuck it. I'll get rounds already made, and I get to keep the brass. Because their brass is pretty decent, so I don't feel like I got ripped off.
Yeah, do they have anywhere on their fucking site that's like, will explain to me, like, yo, we sell at these vendors?
Well, you're here in Texas, so I mean, what I would probably do in your case, what I would probably do in your case is just go to your local gun shows, because Freedom travels. Like my Freedom storefront here in Houston, they go to gun shows. So if you ever see them there, you can just pick up the ammo at the show relatively cheap, right? And the cool thing is their business card is a 10% off coupon. So you can just literally walk up, grab a card, go to the show, walk around a bit, come back, and then give them the card back and get 10% off.
It's actually kind of brilliant.
They're cool, man. These are pretty nice guys.
I'm going to steal that idea. I'm going to try to market that idea.
Just don't tell them I gave it to you.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Well, he came to me just out of nowhere. I was in some coke dream, and it just happened.
As a matter of fact, tomorrow there's supposed to be this like really famous, slightly hot YouTube chick that's going to be at their shop. And her name escapes me because I've had 9 beers, so...
Tori Nakiana or whatever?
Oh, no. If it was Tori Nonaka, dude, I'd walk across like a mile of broken glass to go see her.
Isn't she underage?
No, God, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Besides, I ain't that old. I'm not heavy.
I'm not a creeper. Actually,
Right.
what fucking show is tomorrow?
Saturday? Matt's going to do his Saturday
Oh,
show.
no, I meant like gun show. What's tomorrow?
Oh, High Caliber. It's going to be the George R. Brown in Houston.
For me, it's DFW, the Premier Gun Show.
Yeah, Premier comes down here, but I still usually during the summer, I call it the summer gun show season. They're only here twice, where High Caliber's here every week for 4 months. They just go to different convention centers, but they're all within like 2 hours of me, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think I'll go to this one tomorrow, 'cause it's like the 27th through the 28th.
I like going to premieres because usually it's the sellers that I don't normally see. I usually end up seeing the High Caliber guys all the time, or the guys who come to the High Caliber shows. So the premiere ones are nice because you always get like something different.
Yeah, well, my main thing is I'm trying to pick up MP5 magazines, and like my fucking gun shop. I was talking to them about it, and I'm like, yo, do you guys? I'm like, I need these magazines, and they're like, yeah, we don't sell them. But there's a dude at the gun show who always shows up, and he has like mil surplus MP5 mags for like $15 a piece. I'm like, that's really fucking cool. How about you buy me a box, and I'll just pay you like however much you want to charge me for that box.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you go to the fucking gun show and you support your local commerce. And I'm
There you
like, I
go.
don't want to.
Actually, if High Caliber ever goes up in your area, there's 3 vendors. All they sell are gun parts and magazines. And we're talking like they fill up aisles, complete aisles of magazines. So you'd probably do pretty well there. I mean, the thing is what he's saying is sort of contradictory because most of these gun show guys, they are your locals. They're all like city vendors of your state, and they all just get together like
there's only like
George show.
there's only like 3 fucking sellers near me. One of them isn't like one of them's just an AR shop. Like they exclusively deal in ARs and AR parts. And then there's one shop.
Accessories. That's what I heard.
Pretty much. They're the fucking Hank Hill of ARs and they're great. But like then there's the other shop which they sell like silencers and class 3 weapons, but I'm kind of like I'm done with them. They used to be great. They're now like really shitty. And like the people I used to like talk with up there are pretty much gone. And then there's this new gun shop which the dude's fucking like they're great. The new shop is great. But like there's only like 3 fucking people. So these gun shops it's like all from the DFW area and all that shit. So
yeah, you gotta like the Hank Hill types. I took my friend to the first gun show he's ever been to, and the dumbest shit happened. We were walking down this aisle, and this dude, he was like, good old boy, you know, he's like 6'3", he's like 350 pounds. He's wearing fucking Wolverine boots and Oshkosh overalls and nothing underneath it. He's got Santa Claus's beard.
Jesus Christ.
He's got his veteran hat on, right?
Uh-huh.
Which might have been his dad.
Honestly, what you're describing sounds like my grandpa, but keep going.
This is the best part. We're walking by, right? Like, okay, I'm half and half, but I look like a white dude. So I get left alone. But the dude I brought with me, he looks like the last Mohican. He's actually Romanian and Mexican, but he looks like the last Mohican. So this dude walks up, and my friend, he was fucking like spec ops for the Army for 20 years, right? So he's been through just about anything you could think of. And this dude grabs my friend by the shoulder, and he goes, "Excuse me, boy." And he just looks at him, right? He goes, Do you know why you need an AR? And he looks at him, he goes, "Why?" And he goes, "'Cause America, that's why." And he just looked at this dude, and he goes, "Did you ever serve?" And he goes, "I've done my part." And he just looked at me, and he goes, "This fucker's a reservist."
Yeah,
This
dude.
shit's crazy. That's
Fucking
the type of guy at the gun show that I'm worried about running into, especially when I'm trying to bring new shooters in, because I try to bring all my coworkers, you know, one at a time to these shows. I try to get them to, I guess, into the culture. And, you know, one of the people that I bring to my work, she's a 52-year-old Chinese lady. She's been sheltered her whole life, never married, no kids, no nothing. And it's like, the only way I can get her to expand her mind was we go out to eat, and I make her go out and eat things that she's never had before. Because, you know, Chinese people, she goes to Chinese community, she eats Chinese foods, like that's all she knows. So I take her to a Mexican place, a barbecue place, a steakhouse, you know, just something to open her mind a bit. So I brought her to a gun show, and this asshole was there. She saw him across the fucking convention floor, and she goes, "What's up with that dude?" And I'm like, "We're not going to see him." And she's like, "Why not?" And I said, "Because he is going to ruin your experience here."
Yeah, that sounds more horrifying than it really is, though.
3 weeks later, I got her to buy a Beretta 380, what do they call it, the Model 84? Something like that? The nickel-plated 380, looks like a baby M9, basically. In 3 weeks, I've convinced her she bought one of those.
Yeah, but I mean, like the whole, yeah, you don't go around that guy. That guy will ruin your day.
I didn't want that guy to yell at her. You know?
That guy sounds like a lot more terrifying than he probably actually is, though.
Well, he's not terrifying as much as he is irritating.
Yeah, well, I took, like, last weekend, or whatever last weekend was, I took my dad with me because he wanted to go with me to a gun show. We went to this shitty little one, like, an hour north of me in, where was it? Melissa. I think it was Melissa. No, it was Bonham. We went up to Bonham. And, like, there was, like, probably 5 vendors there. There was nothing really, like, interesting to look at, and I was just kind of like, well, this was shitty. The entire time, though, there was this Asian dude up there selling fucking like fake ass like red dots and optics. And like every time I would like walk away to go look at something, I would like look up and my dad would be across the fucking show talking to that guy again and looking at a different optic. And like the third time, I just walked over there. I'm like, look, you don't want to buy anything from this guy. And the dude's like, what? And I'm like, no offense, this is all airsoft crap. It's not real. It's going to break on you. It's not worth it. And he's like, this is high quality Japanese optics. I'm like, yeah. I know better than you. Trust me. I'm like, I know what you're pulling. Do it to someone else. I'm like, I looked at my dad, I'm like, stop coming to this guy. Don't buy anything on this table. That is a $200 airsoft optic. It's not an aim point.
Japanese optics. That's hilarious.
Yeah, like that's not an EOTech. That's a fucking it's like a AOTech or whatever.
That's ramen tech.
Yeah. It's Capsule Corp tech. Stay the fuck away from it. So that was a lot of fun. And then I had some like super country dude argue with me over like pricing of 9mm.
Ammo?
Yeah, I'm like, he had like 7 boxes of like Blazer brass or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, look, we came also out here. I'm like, I'm at least fucking buying something.
What was he wanting for it?
Well, he was wanting like $12 a box. And I'm like, look, I can get this right now for about 20 cents a round. And the dude's was like trying to sell it basically for like 26 cents a round for like all 7 of them. Like, look, I'll buy them all out. How much will you charge me for that? And the guy's like, I'll do 26 cents a round. And then it was like 80 something bucks. And I'm like, I'll do it for, I'm like, nah, it's too high. I can get that shit for like 20. I'm like, I get that shit for like 19 if I really tried.
7
like,
boxes.
So I'm like, I'll do it for about 20 cents a round. And the guy's like, I can't. He's like, I'll only make like 5 cents per box. I'm not going to do that. And I'm like, all right. And I'm like, look, all right. I drove all the way out here. Fuck it. I'll do it for 24 cents a round, which came out to be, or no, not 24, 23 cents a round, which came out to be about like 70 bucks. Basically, he was throwing like an extra $10 off. And he just looked, but he looked at me and he's like, nah, I'll be losing money at that price. I'm like, look, you just told me you'd make only 5 cents a box if I did it for 20 cents a round. You're still making money. There's no one left. This gun show's over. Just fucking make me happy. And he's like, nah, I'm not about that. But here's my card if you want to come by the shop anytime and buy something. I'm like, yeah, I'll get right the fuck on that.
I kept a... Shit, I don't remember where I put it. I kept a database of what my reloads cost. I'm pretty sure I'm reloading 500 Magnum for like 13 cents a round. So if you're paying 20-something cents a round for 9, that's... To me, in my head, that's painful. For Foos, see, Foos reloads 9, so I don't know what he's paying, but obviously it's good enough to where he does it like 10,000 at a time, so...
Yeah, I think Foos is paying like 8 cents, 8 or 9 cents a round, which I don't care enough to meticulously go through and work on shit. I don't want to pick up my brass after I'm done. Like, I don't want to go through the entire process. I'd rather just fucking buy it for like 20 cents.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with semi-autos, it's kind of a pain in the ass, especially if you have ranges that don't let you pick up your brass, which is like every fucking range in Houston. But that's one of the other reasons why I'm such a wheel gun person, because I don't have to pick up brass if it never left the gun, you know?
Yeah. My range, basically, they don't care. I pay them like $700 a year. I do whatever I want.
See, I need a fucking range like that.
But like the thing that happened the other day, which, because I got my MP5, I went to go fuck with it and had fun with it. So I started like bump firing at one point because I couldn't get the goddamn optics sighted in because I'm just bad at life, I guess.
You're just like, brap, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to like blat. So I started like bump firing it. And keep in mind, my range rents out full auto guns, and there are several members there that own full auto guns that bring them. So like I'm I'm bump firing, The range officer walks up to me. He's like, "Yo, you're firing too fast." Is that? And then like, before I could even say anything to him, he like looked at me. He goes, "Oh, that's an MP5. That's fucking awesome." He high fived me. And he's like, "Carry on with the Lord's work," and just walked off. And I'm like, "Okay." I went back to pump firing. But like, I was confused as shit because there are people who come in there with full auto guns. They rent
saying
full auto
you're
guns.
firing too fast.
Yeah, he came up to me and told me I was firing too fast. I was like, what?
Till he saw what you were shooting, then all of a sudden, oh, it's cool.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, everything's great. You're not fucking sitting there like burst firing a fucking wheel gun.
Yeah, I chain fired a wheel gun because the primer set off all the other ones. Sorry. No, this isn't a hand. This is the meat that a hand used to be on the end of.
Yeah, I got really lucky. This grip used to be attached to something.
Right.
Until like the entire front end just disappeared.
This is where my hand used to be before this arms core shit decided to blow up in my hand.
Yeah, that's no fucking. I'm not touching arms core ever again.
That's bad, man. It's like I just saw a video of like Mr. Guns and Gear, right? He tested a Rock Island 38, and he had very good things to say about it for how cheap it was. He was like, "Look, there's going to be machine marks. It is sort of crudely made, but everything that needs to be good is good," which sort of describes about every Russian handgun out there. So I'm like, you know what? I'd consider that if I ever ran across one. And he shot arms core ammo, and he's like, so I figured if I had their gun, I'd try their ammo, and he had nothing bad to say about that either. But yours jumped the crimp, and that's shitty.
Dude, it did it twice.
Means your shit got pressed by a left-handed reloader.
It means my shit got pressed by an amputee.
Pretty much.
The hook doesn't have pork.
Yeah, I'm just like the fucking Asian Billy Bob knows how. It's like he was playing with landmines as a kid. That's not stopping
Billy
him
Bob
from.
died. We can't use that joke. It's too soon.
Fine. I don't know. Asian Bobby was like, I played with landmines as a kid. Now I press ammo with my feet at arms core.
Heavy sent me a link, but I don't see it. Go figure. Here, let me close this and open a new one.
It's in the chat, Sean.
Yeah, he told me that, but I don't see one. Hang on, I'll sort it out.
What are you hunting for?
Ah, he sent me a link. All right, good. Actually, I got to jump over there because he's going to start in like 4 minutes. So I'll be back here later.
All right.
See ya. Yeah, I never had any problem with the arms core I was shooting.
I mean, like, I'm never touching that shit again on, like, fucking revolver ammunition. Because that scared the fucking shit out of me, having to push the bullet back in. I'm like, this bullet's going to come out and take my hand with it. I'm going to have to come home and explain to my wife why I no longer have a fucking right hand. But, like, the 9mm shit, I think it was only one. It was only one light primer strike. And that was with my MP5.
So do you know when Smeggy started this?
Did the Heavy B show start?
If it hasn't started, it's getting ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, it started.